You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Fishing the DMV. I'm your host, Thomas Ahrens. Let's get a mic check. If people listening could let me know how we sound, we're going to get started here. We are at the Jake's Bait and Tackle Fishing Seminar, Kayak Show and Fishing Seminar. And I'm going to cut right now to Mike Ortega. He's doing his first seminar about kayak fishing.
The club. We've been partners with Jake's now for several, I think probably since pretty much the beginning of MVKBA. We've been working with Jake's, and we always love coming up. I say coming up here because I'm from Stafford, Virginia. So it's always a treat coming up, getting to check out the tackle shop. They got tons of good stuff. But yeah, we'll just kind of dive right into this. So we try to do this every year. Obviously, the pandemic put a little bit of kink in how we have done the seminar in previous years. But we like to give folks, especially new folks, an idea of what to expect kind of during your first tournament and really how to measure a fish, because kayak fishing and kayak tournament fishing is a lot different than what we're traditionally used to in terms of big bass tournaments, right? Big bass boats, they have live wells. Kayaks, we don't have that luxury on a kayak. So we are taking our fish and measuring them on measuring devices, particularly catch boards. And what that does, it kind of allows you to catch your fish, measure it, take your photo, upload it into a tournament management system, and then release that fish. So fish mortality rates drop dramatically, right? We're not loading a whole bunch of fish to a live well and then dump them at the ramp at the end of the day. So I think there's definitely a lot of conservation benefits when it comes to kayak fishing, but I won't dive into all that today. I really wanted to just try to, let you guys understand that obviously we don't have these live wells, so there's a different way we got to approach competitive fishing. So it's all about inches. It's all about the length of the fish rather than the weight of the fish. So sometimes that can be great. We've all seen those really long fish that are super skinny. We call that a perfect kayak tournament fish, right? Those are awesome. But then sometimes you'll catch that 5-6 pounder that, measures in at 18 inches. And you're like, man, just needed to get that, But hey, it's the way it goes sometimes. And yeah, so Riley, if you want to go ahead and hit the next slide for me. So here's a couple of things that we're going to cover today. We're going to talk about safety. We're going to talk about some of the basic gear that you're going to need to get started. Obviously, you guys see a lot of amazing kayaks here. These guys have been fishing for probably quite some time, especially out of a kayak. So you can see they've kind of built up their arsenal over the years. But the great thing about kayak fishing is you don't have to jump into it, full force. You can kind of build as you go, which is great for the DIYers out there as well. But I know we're going to have Cilla up and Josh as well to talk about some rigging, and I think Cilla's talking, intro to kayak fishing and things like that. So I'm not going to steal all their thunder, but just know that it is something that, you can get into with minimal amount of effort and money and build it from there. So we're going to talk a little bit about the rules overview. I'm not going to dive into all the rules because there is a lot of them, but we'll talk that. And then the tournament management system, how we submit our fish. Measuring a fish, and that's going to be, probably why a lot of y'all are here to see how we go over that and kind of the process from the moment you hook the fish, the moment you land the fish, the moment you prepare for taking that photo, and then obviously measuring the fish and submitting it on the app. We'll talk about that. And then we'll open it up to questions and answers at the end. So Riley, hit me with the next slide. All right, so can anyone tell me what the most important thing is on your kayak? Who said that? Bingo. Too short. Good job. Matt said the most important thing on your kayak is yourself, right? All these tournaments, fishing, none of that is worth what your life is worth, right? We all want to go fish, and we all want to come back to our loved ones at the end of the day. So that being said, your PFD, I know the Coast Guard law. I think it's age 16 and under have to wear it, and I think it's 16 and over, it's optional when you're out, fishing for fun. In our tournaments, it's mandatory. It's no question asked. If you get caught without it, it's an instant DQ. So it's something we take very seriously. We've, had, there's people that, unfortunately pass away every year from boating accidents, paddle sports accidents, and things like that. So it's just, like I said, one thing that we don't ask any questions. There's no black or no gray area. It's just black and white. You got to wear it. And there's a certain kind that is not authorized, and that's like the waist belt. So we don't want to see anybody out there with the waist belt PFDs. It's got to be either we highly recommend the ones that are a vest style. Now you can use like a Mustang, like the inflatables and ones like that. If you're going to use one of those, we recommend kind of an auto inflate. That way, if God forbid something were to happen, especially on these rivers around here, they have a lot of rocks, right? And you don't know if you're going to, hit your head and become unconscious. So you want something that's going to, rapid deploy. So that's why we highly recommend just the standard vest style. Lots of different brands make them. This one here in particular is a Stolquist, and it has a high back. A lot of your kayak ones are going to have the high back so that when you're leaning up against your seat, it's comfortable, because we want to be comfortable when we're fishing out there, right? We don't want to be out there for 8-9 hours with a sore back. So definitely the PFD is first and foremost. Along with that, Coast Guard law does say that you have to have a whistle. So make sure you have a whistle on your PFD. Don't recommend putting it on a lanyard around your neck. Obviously, that could become a choking hazard if you were to capsize or something like that. So have it close to you, but obviously have it close to where, and you'll see when I put my PFD on when I get in the kayak, you'll see how close it is to my mouth, that you're able to just grab and blow it if you have to. Lighting. So lighting, the only thing that we require is, and this is only during hours of darkness and limited visibility, is a 360-degree white light. I don't even know if my battery is charged right now. It's not charged. It takes a couple double A's, but you just crank that and use that. That's Coast Guard rule if you're in limited, times of limited light and darkness. And really, that's only in the morning when we launch it. Like, if we're launching 6:30, when I see those lights on out there. Navigation lights, if you have a motor. The rule is a little gray, in my opinion. I think we need to come up with something a little more concrete, but I run them just in case now. Your red and greens if you're running a motor. Let's see. Flag is not mandatory in our tournaments, but we do highly recommend it. So if you're out there, get you something good and visible. Yak Attack makes a great one. And I think Jake's may even have them here now. Let's see. Water, right? Want to hydrate. Make sure you're hydrated. Kind of goes without question. Even on those chillier days, you want to be drinking water out there. Bring plenty of it. Bring some snacks for some fuel. More importantly, I think than even that is having a float plan. Like if you're going to be running a river, make sure you tell somebody at home, somebody who's not fishing, like a significant other or a friend, family member. Just let someone know where you're going to be, where you're going to put in, and where you intend to take out. And it goes for lakes as well. Let somebody know where you're going to be, because God forbid something were to happen, then we know at least to where to start looking, and obviously where to call the emergency personnel. You'll notice as well when we get into the tournament management system, there's a option that you'll see to check in and check out on the water. And what that does is it sends me, the tournament director, your GPS location where you start for the day. Now, I know in the past, sometimes it's a little, sometimes the system's a little wonky. We don't always get the end of day checkout, but if that doesn't work, a lot of folks I'm starting to see will give me a call. And then if, I haven't heard from you, I'll be giving you guys a call and checking in on you as best I can. But the check-in seems to be working pretty well. So that at least gives us a starting point. Let's see. Knife. I like to have a good knife. You never know when you're going to have to cut an anchor line or something like that. NRS makes a good blunt knife, which is, I like using the blunt knife, especially on the water when, if something were to happen. If the knife comes loose, it's not going to stab anything. First aid kit. Let's see. I think I have mine here. I actually like to build a first aid kit. I mean, you can get, you can buy them at the store. I use a nice dry box for mine. keep your Band-Aids, all that kind of stuff, dry. And then I also like to add a couple other things. I'm not going to take it out right now, but I definitely like to have a little hook out kit. And that, if anybody has been hooked before, they know it's not fun. But there's a way to, there's plenty of YouTube videos on it, but I like to have the, some braid already ready to go and a pull, like a pull ring to, remove a hook if I have to. So that's in there, snake bite kit, some little things like that to just, kind of prevent, a bad day, keep you out there fishing, right? And then obviously rain gear and a dry bag, definitely recommend that. Especially if it's chilly out, if you, were to capsize in some cooler water, you want to get dry and you want to get, warm as fast as you can. Does anybody have any questions as far as some of the safety gear goes? All right, next slide. All right, so basic gear to have with you when you're tournament fishing. So obviously a phone. This day and age, pretty much everyone has a phone. Back in the old days, we used to take pictures on cameras and go meet the judge at the end of the event, and he would look through a camera roll, and that's how you would judge your fish. But we've come a long way with technology. So a phone with good, make sure you have GPS enabled in the tournament management system. You have to have full access to the GPS in order to use the system to its fullest extent, and to make sure that the tournament director and the judges know where you're at. So, again, like I said, for safety purposes, but also to ensure that everybody is in eligible water and things like that. Measuring device. So back in the day, we used to use, I think it was one measuring device, is the hog trough. You guys have seen them before. That's like a plastic board, kind of brittle. We've ended up moving away from that, and a company called Catch, and they're actually a sponsor of ours this year. With if you're an NVKBA member, you'll get a discount on your Catch board and actually the whole store, their online store. But this is their plastic version. It's called the Catch Carbonate, and this is going to be probably your least expensive. I think it's around 35 bucks. And I don't have the metal one on me. I know a lot of folks have them here, but they make the old school big metal ones that weigh like 40 pounds, but it's a beast and you're not going to break it. Sometimes the plastic ones may break, but knock on wood, I've had no trouble with this one. Then they make a new aluminum version as well. So there's 3 different options, a few different price ranges to choose from there. It's one of those things you kind of buy once, cry once, and it's going to serve its purpose for you through your tournament career. And then obviously on that board, so when we're measuring fish, you have to have an identifier, right? This tells the tournament director that you are using the code that was given. So the morning of the tournament, a code's going to come out, and it's going to be usually a 3 or 4 digit code. And that code has to be in every one of your pictures that you snap of your fish. If this is not in the photo, the fish is going to get denied. So we don't want that to happen. Make sure you have your code. A lot of guys, there's many different ways to do it. For NVKBA, we use the Kayak bass fishing identifier. We have that posted up on our website to download. We highly recommend printing out several sheets of them and cutting them up. A lot of guys like to use poster board, not poster board, cardstock. People laminate them, keep them waterproof. And there's also some fancier ones out there. I think Blue Sky or Blue Fox Tin Works, like they have this folding one that's, you just like dry erase. You just write on it with a dry erase or a Sharpie, and you can wipe it clean for the next event that you join. But definitely got to have that. They make a lot of, I believe this is attorney tag. So they make a lot of holders for them with different ways to secure them so that you're not going to lose it. When you're fishing, you'll see some of the folks around here already have there's like a clip-on device that Catch makes that, it just folds out of the way when you're not using it. When you're storing it, when you're ready to measure a fish, it'll fold up. But yeah, that's what you're going to need as far as measuring device, and then something to hold your identifier card. And there's several different boxes on these identifier cards so that, if you're only fishing one tournament, I tell folks go ahead and write the code in a couple different boxes on here, because that kind of will save your butt if for some reason there might be a little bit of glare, because some of these holders are shiny. And if you're snapping a photo and you don't maybe not check your photos, and then you release the fish and you find out later there's glare on it and I can't see the identifier code as the judge, again, that fish could get DQ'd. So definitely we like to tell folks to put them in the 4 corners if you're only fishing one tournament. But the nice thing is, if you are fishing multiple tournaments at one time, which is another great thing about kayak fishing, right? You can fish, 3-4 events at one time and submit one fish to three or four different tournaments. So that's what the purpose of these extra boxes is for, to just put the individual codes for each tournament. But yeah, so that's the identifier and the catch board. The another good piece of equipment to have, you pretty much, in my opinion, have to have it, is some sort of a fish grip or a fish lipper, donkey leash. There's lots of different options out there. I'm a big fan of this Junior, if I can read it, soaking wet, Fish Grip Junior. It's small enough to where it's, I don't have to finagle with it a whole lot. It stays out of the way, but you clip it on your fish, and then sometimes I'll take the ball of it and secure it. Knock on wood, never lost a fish. So definitely want to be running a good gripper, and and I'll get into more of that when I actually show y'all how to measure the fish. And then last but not least, definitely a good net. That's going to help, obviously secure your catch, and hopefully win you some good money. So any questions so far about some different gear, some basic gear, anything I may not have covered? Yes.
Guy online wants to know, what type of battery are you running?
All right, so batteries, I'm actually gonna, if he doesn't mind, I'm actually may let Josh and Cilla, probably Josh, talk about that a little bit more. But basically, just a real quick answer to that. The question was, what kind of battery? I'm running lithium batteries. They're the lightest batteries, right, that are out on the market right now. And you usually run a smaller one for your fish finder, your electronics, and then a larger one for your motor, right? So good opportunity for me to plug Amped Outdoors. They're our sponsor as well. NVKBA members do get a discount for them. Let's see. All right, next slide. All right, rules. So I'm going to be real quick on this because, again, I could be here all day telling you guys about the rules. There are a lot of rules, but it's one of those things, the more you read them, the more you become familiar with them, they're going to become second nature. I'm always, even to this day, as a tournament director, I'm constantly going back and trying to refresh myself on the rules. And if something, if I have a question about something, or if maybe I don't know the full answer to it when I'm actually scoring the fish, I'll go back and I'll have the rules pulled up right next to right next to the window when I'm judging the fish. So something we all need to keep staying abreast of. They do change them from time to time. They have a rules addendum, but we follow KBF rules, and that's kayak bass fishing. And I may have forgot to mention earlier, but NVKBA is a kayak bass fishing ambassador club. So what that means is we've basically fall under the KBF umbrella, and they provide us our insurance for the events that we hold and things like that. So, and again, qualifying for different types of events through KBF. Recently, we had a team of 4 go down to Huntsville, Alabama to fish Gunnersville and a few other lakes down there for the KBF ambassador team event. So we're very happy to be able to send a crew down there. We appreciate them going, and we look forward to doing more of those types of events in the future. So just one cool little factor of being part of NVKBA is it kind of gives you a foot in and a way to participate in some of those big national level tournaments. So again, the rules are found at kayakbassfishing.com/KBF-rules-standards. Read them, and read them again. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to email us, post a question in our Facebook group. That's an awesome resource full of some great folks, and everybody's there to help. So we want you to be familiar. No question's a dumb question, and it could save your butt later on. But yeah, that's and there's also a link to this on our website as well on nvkba.com. Next slide. All right, so the tournament management system, or TMS, you may hear it called, is Fishing Chaos. We used to run Tourney X. We have since transitioned over to Fishing Chaos after the pandemic. I really like the way that it's laid out. They give us a lot of different opportunities when it comes to like mass messaging and kind of just keeping everything organized. But the app is free, so it's going to be an app either on iOS or Android. You're going to download Fishing Chaos, install that, and basically, there's a few different ways you can go about being a Fishing Chaos. So just remember, Fishing Chaos is separate from NVKBA, is separate from KBF. There is a subscription option with Fishing Chaos, and what that's going to allow you to do, if you're really avid, if you're fishing a lot of tournaments throughout the year, it may benefit you to go ahead and pay that $43 or $45 and some change for the entire annual subscription. And basically what that does is that'll cover all your administrative fees when you sign up for a tournament, which is only like $3 or $4 at the end of the day. That's added on to the end of the tournament registration fee. But like I said, if you fish a lot, especially if you do a lot of monthlies and things like that, it's definitely a benefit to go ahead and join that Fishing Chaos subscription. If not, if you're only fishing our local series, it might make more sense to just go ahead and pay that extra $3 on top of each tournament. You know, maybe save a couple of bucks. Let's see. I think I'll take over here, Riley. I'm actually going to sit. I just wanted to kind of show you guys the dashboard really quick of Fishing Chaos. Now, it will look a little bit different. Actually, you know what? I don't even have the Wi-Fi turned on, so I'm not even going to bother with that. But basically, when you go in to the app, it's going to trigger you to sign up either on Fishing Chaos. If you don't want to, you just hit skip or whatever. And then you could end up searching for the different trails and clubs. There's a trail club option on there, and you'll find NVKBA. It usually front loads like the local stuff, so you can kind of see what's going on around you. But you'll find, especially if you're joining our club, you'll find the NVKBA page. You can hit register on there. We do it's $30 for the entire year for membership, and that's going to unlock a lot of sponsor discounts and things like that. We also do a military veteran discount as well, $5 off. So it's $25. And then youth are free. So if you're 17 and under, our youth anglers are free. And this year I'm really looking forward to it, but we're going to add a youth AOY as well, something we haven't done in the past. So it sort of gives those youth anglers an opportunity to place high and come home with some hardware. So, but yeah, finding and signing up for an event is pretty simple and kind of walks you through the process. Again, we talk subscription, not required, but if you fish a lot, it could benefit you. All right, so next slide, Riley. All right, so here's where I'm going to get into measuring a bass. And at this time, if you guys would like, guys and gals, if you want to like come up here and kind of surround the kayak a little bit more, and I'm gonna go through what it's like to, the moment you hook a bass and then the process of submitting that fish. So I'll go ahead and I'll take a quick 2-minute break here and get set up. This will be the last part here of the seminar. Can everyone still hear me? Cool. Yeah, feel free to come on up if y'all want to get a little bit better look here. I think we're going to have the camera over it, and hopefully we'll get a good shot of it online. But we used to actually do this on the water when we were a really small club. I think we went out there once or twice with a group of anglers in their kayaks sort of surrounded, right? And that was a lot of fun. But again, the bigger we get, we got to kind of suffer through at least we're dry, right? That's the important thing. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and pop a squat. I think my seat's pretty wet. I'll live. All right, first thing I do before I sit down is have my vest on. That's the most important thing. It's like a seat belt. So I know Josh is going to get into kind of some setup tips and things like that, but one thing I will put out there kind of first and foremost is I like to have one side of my kayak that is relatively free and clear of any obstructions, because me personally, I'm a righty, but with a bait caster, I reel with my left hand. I know a lot of old school guys and gals will reel with their right hand, but when I reel with my left hand, I'm landing fish on the left side. So the only thing downside about that is sometimes I have to kind of work around them and skipping, flipping, and pitching, but I make it work. So like I said, really the only thing over here is my Torpedo throttle, and then up here is where I like to lift my fish and grab them and get them ready. So basically, let's just say, so I used to have a stuffed fish named Billy, and he didn't make it out because I think he got lost a few years ago, and I haven't been able to find him yet. So we're going to use a HUD here for the sample fish. that we're going to measure. So right, at this point, I'm reeling in the fish and I get it up to my boat. I'm lipping it. First thing I'm going to do when I catch that fish, obviously if I've already pulled out of my net at this point, is go ahead and lip the fish and then put it down in the water. And I take a deep breath. That's it. Right? You just caught a hog. And you got to take that in, soak that in. You're excited. Your adrenaline's pumping. It's the last thing you want to do is make a mistake right now. Right? So take my deep breath. I'm all excited. Text my wife, hey, I just caught a monster 14-inch fish. We'll pump that. Once I calm down, that's when I reach back. And I bring my measuring board up. So this part here is pretty important. Hey, Rod, you want to hand me my phone back there, bud? Thank you. So normally I keep my phone right here in my pocket. I always make sure. Actually, there's another company that sponsors us, Rogue Fishing, and I have a few of their leashes here. This is actually one of them. But they also make a phone tether that wraps around your phone, sort of like a phone holder for like a bike. But it's on a tether, and it really saves your butt if for some reason you knock your phone. It's going to just dangle right there on your vest. So that's another good product I like to recommend to people. But for demonstration purposes, we'll pretend that I have it. So what I do as soon as I catch a fish, I have it, chilling over there in the water. The fish 9 times out of 10 is going to be pretty excited as well. So he may be flopping around. I want to let that fish calm down as well as yourself. So what I like to do is get my board. I'll kind of move my identifier up here and out of the way. Depending on how big the fish is, you want to make sure you leave space between your identifier card and the fish's caudal fin of the tail. If it's really big, let's just say you catch a 24, right? This isn't going to stay on there for me. So what I like to do is I place it on the deck somewhere that it's going to be in that photo. But anyway, what I like to do, prep my ID card. I like to take my board first and foremost and dip it in the water. I get it wet. And what that does is it just creates a layer between the fish and the board. It helps that fish calm down a little bit more. Especially if you have a metal board and it's been sitting out in the sun all day, that thing's going to be hot. You wouldn't like to be laid on a grill, butt naked and burning your butt off. So it's one of them things. It may be a mental thing, but I think it helps the fish calm down. And if the fish is calm, I'm going to be calm and I'm not going to be freaking out. So I like to get my board wet. And then what I'll do, especially on my kayak, I'm, blessed to have a lot of space here, right? A lot of deck space to work. If you don't have a lot of deck space, you can always put on your lap. If you're putting it on your lap, I know a lot of folks will end up sort of taking their net, kind of tucking it under their leg, or somewhere over the water so that if the fish does flop off, it may still land in your net and you can still salvage that and measure it. But with the amount of deck space I have here, I don't have to worry about that too much. But I like to kind of get my feet out of the way. After I've wet my board, I like to bring and I like to keep the board, I like to keep the end of the board up, right? Now, again, I didn't mention it earlier, but when you measure the fish has to be facing to the left and it has to have the dorsal fin facing up to the north. If the fish is facing to the right, like this, against the bump, it'll be disqualified. This is a universal standard in kayak fishing, is to have your fish facing to the left with the dorsal fin up. All right. So what I like to do is I like to prop it up here. Sometimes I'll kind of put my foot down here if I don't want it to slide. But once I do that, kind of get my area prepped, I'll take my phone out and I'll open up my camera app a while. And I'll just kind of set it here between my legs to keep it ready. That way I don't have to fiddle with it once I get the fish up. So I'll pull the fish out of the water then. At that point, hopefully it's a little more calm. And I'll lay the fish down. And again, like I said, that slant sort of helps the fish's equilibrium out a little bit, kind of helps it stay a little more calm, in my opinion. At some point, when you get good at it, you'll be able to take a few photos after the fish has been laying there. It won't even flop off. It'll just kind of chill there. You'll see it breathe a little bit and just snap a few shots. But for starting out, I like to keep a hand on the fish. Now, this is also a rule that you guys will see when you start reading through the rules a little more. that hand placement is definitely important, right? So I'll bring this up here for demonstration purposes so you can see a little bit better, but when you have your hand over the fish, it cannot be tucked underneath a gill plate. That is a disqualification. It can't be obstructing anything under the gill. It can be over top of the gill. It cannot be covering the eye. We need to see as tournament directors if the fish is alive, right? And one key way to tell is the way the eye looks. So we can't cover up the eye. Also, another thing that keeping it at an angle helps with is keeping the mouth closed. So the mouth has to be closed to get the full credit for that fish. If the mouth is even cracked, you could lose up to half an inch, potentially disqualified. If the mouth is wide open, we're not going to accept it. Even if, and this is kind of the downside to this rule, is I know, especially if you've caught a lot of fish, you've seen that some fish are just unable to close their mouth. They may have a defect or something to where they just can't close it. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of the game with kayak, the way the kayak rules are set up. You got to try to close it. If it's not structurally able to close, then we usually take like a half an inch. But before there was a kind of a gray, not gray area, but sometimes you could have it cracked. And if there was like a 1/4 inch rule at one point, if it was anything less than a 1/4 inch, it wouldn't affect you at all. Or if it was greater than a 1/4 inch, it was like a full inch deduction. But now we've moved along to if it's open, it's open. If it's closed, it's closed. So you just want to make sure it's closed. Like I said, keeping it at an angle. And sometimes you're going to have to force it shut, and then the fish will relax, and it won't be an issue. But at first, you may have to push it up. But once you have it closed, you want to bring the tail back. You're also not allowed to pinch the tail. Like you can, if you really want to, like try to get that last 1/8 of an inch. Maybe it's not quite hitting the line. You can sort of fan the tail a little bit to do what you need it to do. But if it's lifted off the board, if it's completely lifted off, it's a denial. If it's just barely lifted off, we have to take and score it at the point of which the point of which it's actually touching. So if it's lifted off, it could cost you a 1/4 inch. And everybody knows who's been fishing these tournaments for a while, a 1/4 inch could mean a lot. Could mean $1,000. Like it's a big deal. So definitely, make sure you have your tail in a good position, and then you have to move your hand away from the tail, because if it's past, I believe it's that second fin on the top of a bass now, it can't be past there at all in the photos. So you got to make sure it's up here and completely out of the way of the tail. We need to be able to see that. Back in the day, we used to be able to, I'm not sure what, oh, here it is. We used to be able to lay the identifier on top of the fish and take a photo of it that way. Those days are long gone. We got to be able to see as much of that fish as possible. And unfortunately, like everything in life, there are cheaters out there who will ruin a sport. And we've had it happen in the club one time. I won't dive into all that, but what I will tell you is that there are ways that every tournament director now, especially with the technology that we have with metadata and things like that in these photos, we can spot it pretty quickly. People would, go as far as to go into Photoshop the night before and manipulate scales on fish to make them look different, right? So that's one reason why we have to have is to be able to see as much of the fish as we possibly can to make sure that certain identifying marks on each fish are legitimate and things like that. So that's another reason why we wait until about an hour before the tournament starts to give that code out. Least amount of time possible for a cheater to take advantage of it, right? So I hate bringing that up, but it is something. It is a thing. I think we're pretty lucky as a club to not have to deal with it a whole lot. I think there's, but it's one of those things, you always kind of got to be mindful of and protect it, right? We want to protect our house and protect the integrity of the sport. So anyway, like I was saying, once you get a good, once your fish is in a good position, I like to be pretty quick at this point. This fish isn't very big. So what I do is I always give myself a good inch or two. I think if it's within an inch, some judges may deny it just because it's too close. Like for instance, if my card's covering up that 8-inch mark, I can't see the 8. Yeah, I can see some of these markings up here on the board, and that helps. But at the end of the day, as a tournament director, I encourage everyone to try to give me as much space as possible and keep that into the photo while keeping everything into the photo. You have to have the entire fence, and the fence of the board is the flat part right here. So you have to have the entire fence in the photo and I like to have a little bit also after it has to be sick. So it doesn't matter if the entire board is in the photo, but you definitely need to have the fence up here in the photo. So what I do at that point is I just make sure my camera's oriented, my fish is calm. Actually, I'm gonna throw this back up on here. It's a little easier, it doesn't move on me. So I'm gonna make sure my identifier is in the photo. And then I'll take a couple pictures of the fish. I'll come up as high as not as high as I can, but I want to be able to get as much of the photo as I can. So I'll take a couple pictures like that. And then if the fish is calm, I'll go ahead and I'll take my whole hand off and I'll snap like 3 or 4 or 5 pictures, right? And then as soon as I do that, the fish does not get released. It goes right back on the stringer or right back on the measuring device and back in the water. And again, that's the only restraining device you're allowed to use, or that you're only allowed to have one restraining device. When you lay the fish on the board, there cannot be any restraining device on that fish. It's got to be a completely free fish. So no, I have to check the rules. I don't know if they changed it this year, but I know in previous years you were allowed to keep a hook of your bait in the fish's mouth as long as you could close the mouth. That was a thing, but I'm not sure if anybody else here knows if you can still do that. Let me know. If not, I'm going to have to dive into the rules again and double check that. But to my knowledge, you can do that. It's not really recommended because obviously if that fish starts going crazy, you could hook yourself pretty quick. So I just tell folks, get the hook out of the mouth as soon as possible, get it on the string, or get it on the lip grip, and you're good to go. So once I do that, I'll go back through my photos and I'll check. I'll make sure that they're good, right? I'll zoom in. I'll make sure they're not, blurry. If I can't read it, the tournament director's not going to be able to read it either. So you just want to make sure, and you can even tell, I don't know if you can see in the camera there, but there's definitely some glare there. So that's just one thing. It's good to try to find some shade out there while you're on the water. Maybe, to just kind of eliminate as much factors, glare, things like that as possible. But yeah, so once I've confirmed that I have a few good photos, at that point, if I want to, I'll take a few selfies, show the wife, my 14-inch hog, and then I'll release the fish. At that point, I'm good to go. Like I said, it's always important to confirm your photos. Don't release that fish until you know that you have a good photo, because, like I said, that could cost you. So at that point, I'll release the fish, kind of get my gear organized, and then I'll go back to fish and try to catch my next fish. You don't have to upload the fish right away. A lot of folks will, kind of wait until they, maybe take a break, lunch break, something like that, and then they'll go through their photos and they'll upload maybe 2 or 3 fish at one time. That's totally fine. We don't enforce you, like, it's not as soon as you catch it, you have to upload it kind of thing. So you only have about, I think this year we're giving folks half an hour to upload that fish after the end of the tournament. So once you get off the water, and that allows folks to kind of fish up until the last minute. And then if you have to upload fish, you have so a little bit of a grace period there to finish up. So, but yeah, that sort of goes through, measuring the fish, some tips and tricks on, kind of what to expect and sort of the process behind it. Trying to think, what else do I have over there with that? Yeah. Yeah. So again, that cell coverage also, again, that's why we give folks the grace period. We tell you to try to, find that service when you can get it, right? If you're on the water, great. We haven't had too many issues. We've had a few, especially like the river tournaments, especially up here in Shenandoah. We just definitely, if you have cell phone signal problems and you're going to wait to the last minute, we just tell folks, hey, catch your fish and give yourself a little bit of extra time to get out there, to drive up the hill and get some service, sort of thing. So, yeah, if you're in a bad spot, at the end of the day, you pick that spot. So you got to deal with those issues if it comes to that. But like I said, the half-hour grace period seems to work pretty well. If it's blind in one eye, we don't. Yeah, we don't in our club, but usually I'll reach out to that person just to verify. But it's definitely a good point. And a lot of times, it's I think it's something we maybe should look at. You know, that's a great point. The video release is something I think the national trails are doing at like the high level. I don't think too many local clubs adopted it yet, but like you can see, I like to run a GoPro all the time. Most of our guys are running them anyway. But yeah, normally if there's something wrong with the fish, I reach out right away and we'll get to the bottom of it. But good, great question. Any more questions, Jenny? From the page? Anybody else got questions so far? All right. What else? What do we got on the thing here? So yeah, we talked measuring board prep, identifier presentation. Again, that's got to always be in the photo. We talked photo standards, double checking your photos. Another thing I like to do after I snap my photos and I'm done, you know, measuring that fish, I like to take a few photos of something around me, right? Because when you start catching a lot of fish and you have a lot of photos on your reel, you could get confused really quick on which fish is which, and you don't want to double submit a fish on the tournament management system. So, you know, just a tip that I've learned over the years definitely helps out.
I know Bassmaster done a video where like he does that, but he'll put like take a picture of his finger.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Absolutely, 1, 2, 3, yeah, for sure. Yeah, those could really save you, and like I said, eliminates a lot of time uploading those photos. Yeah, and release the fish, upload, and then again, when you submit that photo, you should receive an email. Now, again, if you have cell phone signal, you may not get that email right away, but if you can go through the app, you know, and double check those from time to time, make sure it does upload it, and it will eventually. But like I said, make sure if you're gonna have cell phone service issues and signal issues to plan accordingly is probably the best way I can say it. All right, next slide. Yeah. So you actually, that's a great question. I'm glad you brought that up. You don't have to. It's not mandatory. We just highly recommend it. It kind of gives a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a backdrop so because the mouth has to be touching the board and the mouth has to be closed. So having a sticker there just eliminates some of that glare, some of that, you know, shadow that you might get. So we definitely recommend it. We don't have any of these right now, but any sort of small like circle, a lot of guys will just color the whole thing black with a Sharpie too. You can do that as well. But yeah, great question. And yeah, I think that's about it for the seminar. I know it seems like a lot. There's still a lot more to it, but again, like I said, it's something that you can get into this at a small level, or you can go all out and get the best of the best equipment and things like that. But at the end of the day, our most important thing is that you come back at the end of the day. So, yeah, as far as that goes, our next event is at Lake Anna, and we hope to see everybody there. Pending any more questions, my butt's a little wet. I think sat out in the rain all night or all morning. But yeah. That's all I got, guys. Appreciate you coming out, and we look forward to seeing you on the water with us this year.
Take about a 15-minute break. Thank you, Mike. Take about a 15-minute break. We'll bring Cilla back on in about 15 minutes. Grab some to eat, drink, do some shopping. 10% off. 10 or 15, Jenny?
The yellow stuff?
Yeah.
Extra 10%.
Extra 10% off the yellow sticker.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, guys. Yeah, thank you. So that was our first interview of the day with Mike Ortega. Mike was bringing us just kind of like how you tournament fish, doing a little bit of the rule sum up. We have 2 more guests that are going to be coming on the show here soon to do their seminars as well. If you would like to, stop on by Jake's Bait and Tackle. We're located in Winchester, Virginia. We got barbecue. We got a ton of kayaks. And I'm going to be cutting to, we'll be cutting to the main camera here pretty soon to actually do a kayak walkthrough. Yes, Jenny, what's up? Yes, go for it. Just take it off of him and then do the popsicle. All righty. So what are you guys doing today? We got the Bassmaster Classic going on. What is going on with the Bassmaster? Who's in the lead right now? Is it still Gus on the Tennessee River system? That's absolutely fantastic. He won there 2 years ago, actually fishing for smallmouth, and that was with 2D sonar. And now he's getting back in there, and with the forward facing sonar, it'd be interesting to see how that plays, or if it's just going to be the largemouth. but you know, you never know with that. Let's see what we got going on here. We got some amazing kayaks that we're going to be showing off here as well. We got, oh, that's beautiful. Look at that right there.
Filming. All right, so looks like we got Tyler. Like these guys are. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'll look at you. So we are like walking around. These are some awesome kayaks. So these are going to be. I don't really know what to talk about. So we're just going to walk around and we're going to look at them. I mean, maybe Thomas can give me some tips of what to say in my ear. And then they got these guys with the trailers. I mean, they trailer them in. So we're just going to walk around, maybe talk to some people. I mean, these things are pretty good. He hung up on me. So yeah, I mean, these guys got some electric motors. There are some pedal drives around here, I think. Yeah, like check this out. They have a pedal drive that, you know, it's pretty cool. And everybody's got their PFD, which is amazing. This one is pretty cool. It's an inflatable. Should bring Cilla over here and let me explain what these things are. Yeah, I know. I do. I do not. Yep. I mean, this is pretty amazing. We got the double Garmin going on. Is Joel around here? Joel is enjoying Franklin's. Is it good? I've heard it's pretty good. But yeah, you got a pretty nice little setup here. You got a trailer. What are you doing?
All because you don't get ready to buy a new one.
Oh, so I've been sitting here talking to nobody. Apparently, I've been talking to nobody. So now we have a new camera or new mic. Anyway, so this is Joel. He's got a nice little setup. This is about his third kayak. So you don't have to start as crazy as this. Not this crazy, amazing as this. And you can just build to that, right?
Yep.
So very cool. Well, thanks for coming in. I see the most important thing to me is the cup holder. Nice.
Holds a big Yeti or
oh yeah,
family.
Even better.
Keep yourself hydrated.
Yes, awesome. Yeah, and these are going to be our two with the youth division. Brady and Riley, they are actually Mike's sons. Pretty funny. He's got a pedal drive. He's got a motor. Riley said he tows Brady around. So, but very cool. But yeah, so these are pretty awesome. Let's go out here. Let's show everybody the menu of Franklin's. I mean, this is just impressive. They got lights on them. I mean, these guys go all out. And look, I mean, milk crate, DIY, awesome. Do you want to talk, Thomas? Because I don't think I'm impressing Thomas here.
I think you're doing a wonderful job, guys. You know, come on down to Jake's Bait and Tackle located in Winchester, Virginia. And actually, what we're going to do is a quick little rundown of what's going on here, and then I'm actually going to be interviewing Jenny. We're here. This is our first ever kayak extravaganza.
We're calling it the Kayak Fishing Expo.
Kayak Fishing Expo.
That's what it's called.
We got food here. We got barbecue.
Oh, God, you guys cannot smell Franklin's. I am dying.
It's really good. That was a good idea.
It smells so good.
Mm-hmm.
He's selling his own product without even trying.
Oh, really?
Well, look at the line.
That's true.
I mean, you can't not buy it with that smell.
And we got tons of kayaks here all day. We have 2 more seminars that are going on as well. When does the next one start?
I think Jared said 15 minutes. I think we had Cilla at 12:30, so that's actually 10 minutes or so. And then Josh Evans will be on, I think, at 1:30, and then we're going to judge the kayaks around 2, and we'll announce winners at 2:30.
So come on down. If you want to come on, we got barbecue, we got seminars. You can go buy some stuff, look at some cool kayaks. They're going to ask you all questions that you want to know about any of these kayaks here. We're going to be doing a little bit of walking around here, taking a look at them. I'm going to find Jared because he's also good at this because I got no one watching the monitor here. If you would like to, just to make sure everything sounds good. Let's go on over here. Now we got all these different types of kayaks. Cole, you got any questions for me yourself? No questions at all. All right, let's find the Jared. Let's find the Jared here. That was actually a good idea. No, you're fine. Perfect. So, Gary Bear, can I borrow you for a minute, Jared?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're here at the first ever kayak seminar. We were hoping that you could do a quick little walk around while I check on the monitor
Yes,
and just
sir.
kind of show off some of the kayaks.
Absolutely.
And then we got our next guest starting here
Yep,
soon.
and we got it right here. Well, she's preparing notes here, Cilla Johnson, and she's getting ready for her presentation. So, great person for the industry. Mike just finished up here, and we'll go ahead and walk around here, Cole. And this is Cilla's better half here. I'm gonna show off the Franklin's barbecue too, right here. Franklin's barbecue. Wind was blowing in, smelled it. I had to go get myself some pork belly myself.
Nothing snapped in it because it still works. But something inside of it. Really? Yeah. Huh. And they replaced the whole thing. I took it to the backyard. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. They grabbed one out of the boat and put mine. He sent mine. He sent mine.
Can I grab you a second?
Yes, sir.
Come on over here.
And then again, guys, if you have any questions, please let us know in the comment section down below. We'll get them answered. If there's a specific kayak that you'd like to see at the show, if you have a question for one of our special guests, or if you have a question for somebody here at the show with the kayak, please let us know in the comment section down below.
And we're hosting a series of snakehead trail fishing tournaments this season. We're hoping to do some other multi-species, probably a crappie run from a kayak too. So we're looking at a catch photo release format for other multi-species. But right now we're really focused on seeing how this snakehead trail series goes.
So is this a membership thing that people can become a member?
It is. So you'd have to join our club at VKE. And once you become a club member, then you can enter our tournaments.
Awesome. So check it out. Now, this kayak, we were talking earlier, the kayak industry is just exploding. It's been on the scene for a while, but it's just really gaining traction and people. And what a great way to get on the water, especially the way fuel prices are now. You know, although a lot of these are outfitted, they're very expensive, but you don't have to go expensive either, too. You can go very minimalist or you can go expensive, but just a great way to get you on the water. And it's a neat way to do it, too, like targeting different species of fish. Where's most of the waters you're fishing?
So most of the waters that we fish are going to be the tidal waters, especially if we're targeting snakehead. Most of the kind of crowd that we run in are tidal water guys. So we're Potomac River, Rappahannock River, to include when we go into the salt. So whenever we do inshore stuff, it's usually at the back ends towards the Chesapeake Bays of those same two rivers.
Awesome.
So yeah,
good stuff. Check them out. Look them up. I'm imagining Facebook and website.
Yes, we have a website at fishvkae.com, and then we're on Instagram and Facebook.
Check these guys out.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, sir. Let's go, Josh.
Stay where I wanted it. And then this lower part, like I've got a longer shaft. It was freaking twist, so you didn't even know where you were.
Okay, yeah. So the new one comes with a 20-inch pole, 6-inch pole, and then another 6-inch pole is your handle.
Yeah.
And so I tested it out with the 12-inch one that it comes with, and I said it's too deep, so I switched to. I just added a 6-inch.
Yeah. So I've been really happy with it since they swapped it out.
Oh no, it's a great product. You can't beat it. You can run 4 or 5 miles an hour and it stays still. So. I love it.
But it was awesome. We went down to.
It's amazing, Cole, the way these boats are outfitted. I mean, everything you can tell is custom. I mean, there's different designs, and that's what's kind of cool about this. There's different ways you can outfit the boat, rig the boat.
And I'm making like 10.
We're here with Joel. He just finished up his good barbecue here. Want to tell us a little bit about your rig?
We want to know.
Riley, I'm going to get you next. Don't go too far. What's your favorite part about it?
It's probably just the platform itself. I mean, this is my 4th kayak in 3 years, and so I've had all different brands and the stability, big water ability. I've been in some really nasty water in it. I've been in some nasty water, tidal and old boat, and white knuckled the whole way home and called the Coast Guard. I wouldn't feel that way in this. It's just the ability. I mean, if you notice, I have a lot of stuff on it, so it can handle that. Weight capacity, I'm a big boy. So, I mean, it's about as... I kind of said screw it one day and said I just got to kind of go for it.
Bite the bullet and do it.
Well, I mean, because I know I'd get there one day or the other. So, like, it's...
So how many boats are you in? How many boats are you in right now? Like, this is...
I have this one, and then I have a river. I have a 14-foot of that boat that I use, that I just got to fish in the river.
But I like what you said too. You didn't start with this.
No,
like you just kind of work up to it.
Yep.
And that's okay.
My first boat cost me $100, and I fished it for 2 or 3 months, and then I realized I couldn't stand up in it comfortably, and was able to upgrade to something else that I was going to add a pedal drive to, and then I was like, well, I want a motor, so I got rid of that one, and it's just, you don't need all those things. I mean, paddling is the purest way to go, and you can spend $500-600 on a boat, get a paddle, get a PFD, and take a rod and go. And that's the kind of the more or less the beauty of all this is just hop out, and you don't need much. You need a car rack or a truck, and or if you got water nearby, drag it to the water. So, and these are great too for the same reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So. You don't have to be intimidated if you're just getting into it. Just start simple, start basic, and then work your. And sky's the limit as far as what you want to do with it. So
definitely recommend an insurance policy.
That's right. Thank you for coming out.
Yep.
Let's go catch Riley over here real quick before we bring Cilla on. We're here with Riley and his brother. Come on in here. You come in here too. Brady, right? Riley and Brady. So you all just listened to Mike, their father, the president of the Northern Virginia Kayak Bass Association. Riley, you're a pretty good stick. I don't know if you know that, but I don't know if your brother's better or not. Tell us a little bit about your rig here.
All right, so I have a Old Town Sportsman 106 powered by Makota. It's got a motor. It goes flush with the kayak. Just so I can't. The table's right here. But it goes flush with the kayak. It twists in here, and then so I have all the deck space I need. And and I have the rudders deployed by this right here. This handle. Rudder's all the way back here.
Yeah.
And I control the rudder with my foot pedals up here. Got a Humminbird fish finder, Helix 5, Anchor Wizard. The battery for the motor is right underneath the seat here.
That's pretty convenient.
Yeah, and it just plugs in right here, and the plug's up there for the motor.
Very cool.
And then the throttle is right there next to me on the seat over there. So yeah, it's just control it with the throttle. It runs probably like 4.5.
So you had a little bit of success on the tournament trail last year, did you not? Like, where did you finish?
I think I finished 11th AOI.
Out of how many?
I'm not sure.
A lot.
A lot.
Probably, yeah. And, I mean, how old are you?
I'm 14.
14. I mean, again, you've heard me say before, I just love young people that are getting into this. And what are your aspirations? Like, what's your goal when you grow up? What do you want to do?
I want to be a game warden.
Awesome. And your dad was talking, you might be looking maybe at Liberty, looking into Liberty or something, maybe fishing on their team.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
I think that is awesome. I mean, that's the sky. Again, sky's the limit. You've already started at it, and you can go and study and get a degree and find a career, but at the same time fish and enjoy fish and compete and all that good stuff. So we're proud of you, man. Anything to add to that, young man? How old are you?
It's 11.
11. Let's go over real quick and let's check yours out as well. Thank you, Riley. Getting ready to bring Cilla on here shortly. Tell us a little bit about it, young man.
I have a Pelican Getaway. It's kind of like it's a Pelican Getaway. It's like a paddleboard and a kayak hybrid. I have a black pack and the life jackets up here. And I have the pedal drive. And there's Garmin fish finder.
All right. You think you can outfish your dad and your brother?
Maybe.
Huh? Yes, you will. I believe you can and will. So this is pretty good. It's really light super light, isn't it?
Yeah.
So where do you like? Where's your favorite place to fish?
Probably Arrowhead or Mooney.
Okay. All right, good stuff. Thank you, young man. You go out there and show them how it's done. All right. All right. I think we're ready to bring Cilla on.
Let's go up here. We'll promote this.
All right.
And then we'll bring Cilla on.
All right, got it.
You want to get ready?
Yeah.
Oh, it's online because I was in between jobs.
What do you say?
He says we're walking, and then he's gonna switch out.
Very good to see you. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Yes.
That's his most popular thing.
What is it called?
Cheesy pig.
Oh, I almost got that.
It is. I know. That's what I've heard. My neighbor eats it all the time. Okay.
Yeah, it's like mac and cheese with crispy onions.
Yeah. My neighbor eats it all the time. All right. All right. So we need to take this. With a 3000 or the Parado BC. So it is a sweet setup. That's 550 like around by itself. And then we have a big old Guggen bag out there full of stuff, and Doc keeps adding stuff to it. So this walk that comes in, I think it's in March or so, maybe. The drawing will be live on our Facebook page May 5th at 12 p.m., which if you're local, is Apple Blossom Weekend. So if you're local, you're not working anyway. Because it's $20 each, 6 for 100. You can use a credit card to purchase them. We are asking like a small fee to come back. And if you decide later you can't live without it, you can go on our website and there's a link for a ticket. You can buy them on there as well. So check it out in there. The bag is in there. The rod and reel are in there. Definitely come out and support that. We only printed 250 tickets. So I think that's what we're going to keep it at. So that's what your odds are. Right? Thank you.
Don't forget Franklin out there. Thank you, Jenny. And Jenny does a great job ordering everything you see in there in Jake's Bait and Tackle. Jennifer spends a lot of money and brings a lot of stuff in that you guys want. So we appreciate that. And so we're going to kick off our second seminar, and then we'll follow it with a third seminar with Josh. And then we'll vote on 5 different categories for the boat show, kayak show here. Very fortunate to have Cilla with us today. She is an ambassador for many things, fishing, kayaks, I think pure fishing, the yak attack. She'll give you more. But if you don't know her, you need to follow her. Catching those big snakeheads out there on the Potomac and different places. lot of good information to share here. Put that on there. In your pocket, fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jared, for that amazing introduction. So I'm Cilla Johnson. I'm in the Northern Virginia area. I actually started fishing. I'm not going to tell my age, but it was a very long time ago on the Shenandoah River where I grew up. And I started fishing with my stepfather. I was going out there catching helgamites and crayfish and or crawdads and mad toms and doing a lot of live bait. It was just something I always loved to do. And as I got older, you know, I would hit ponds up, just bank fishing because I just never had a boat. And my husband, Jason, who's sitting here, he was never really big into fishing. He's an athlete. And so I knew that having a boat was not an option. And then I discovered, you know, some friends were fishing from a kayak. And I was like, well, that's brilliant. That's totally something that I can do on my own. And it's going to get me off the bank to be able to you know, access fish that I know I can watch from a bank and know that they're over that way and wishing I had access. So not knowing anything about kayak fishing, not doing a lot of research, unfortunately, or having venues like this to learn, and, you know, or even social media or YouTube at that time. But I told my husband I wanted a fishing kayak. So he went to Dick's and there was a fishing kayak that was 30 pounds and it had a rod holder on it. So I was like, that's a fishing kayak. And I was happy with that. And then I started joining, I had that and I was joining, it was the most pimped out Pelican sit-in that you would ever see. I had a Garmin Striker 4 on it. I, you know, it had a small recessed hatch in the back. So I jigsawed that out so I could, you know, flip the lid, put a crate on it. It was the most pimped out Pelican ever. And I joined some Facebook groups, met some people in the area, went out fishing with them, primarily for snakehead at that time. And, you know, they're all on their fancy kayaks. I'm paddling way harder than they were. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And they're standing and they're able to sight fish these snakeheads. And they're like, look. And I'm like, I can't see anything. I'm sitting 6 feet down in the water. So at that point, right after that, I upgraded. And I've been with a couple different brands. Right now I'm with Jackson Kayaks. Josh is with Jacksonville. Somewhere is with Jackson. So the industry, especially through COVID, has just, you know, exponentially grown. The kayak manufacturers are really good with working with the anglers that are on their team and taking in account what we're needing, and they're fulfilling those needs. So you'll see a lot of the bigger kayaks now. It is an intimidating world. I don't know if everybody has a kayak or is new to kayak fishing, but choosing your kayak is intimidating. So you can just take a look out here. We don't have some of the entry level. Well, I think Mike's son kind of has like an entry level. And that's a good starting point. But what we always advise people is buy your second kayak first. You know, that way you're not spending the money on something and putting some money into something that, you know, you may not like, you know. Another thing that we do ask is you demo your kayak. Just because this one over here looks really cool and you like the color and, you know, the way they have, you know, lights and everything set up and how this and, oh yeah, I want to do that. Demo a boat. Go out fishing in it. Don't go out and buy all these accessories, because nowadays there are accessories for almost everything. And if not, give it 6 months. They'll be there. So get out and test, you know, what's comfortable for you or where you would put rods. Do you want, you know, vertical or horizontal rod storage? So accessories, you know, put some time into your kayak and really kind of put that out there, because I've done the same thing. I know a lot of these folks out here with the kayaks, they've probably done the same thing as buy something because somebody else had it and decided it wasn't for them, and then they sell it. A lot of it is you will retain the resale value of it. But choosing that kayak. So as for choosing a kayak, the biggest thing with kayaks is stability, right? We want to be able to stand up, especially if you're coming from a bass boat world over to a kayak world. You want to stand up. You want to be able to see things that you really can't see sitting down. Or it could be a comfort level. So standing stability. One thing to keep in mind, the wider that the kayak is, the more stable that kayak is. The longer that your kayak is, that's length. So if you're out and you see those really skinny kayaks, usually with an older gentleman, it's probably, chugging away at that. They're long and skinny because but they're moving fast. That's for speed. The wider kayaks, again, will give you stability. So like maybe anything over 30, at least 30 inches is probably good, but wider than that, you'll definitely get more stable. A lot of them now are made to be a lot more stable. The hull shape at the bottom also, a lot of them are doing like a tri-hull, catamaran style hull, or flat bottoms. I think we have some flats, or the pontoon style like the Hobies. That all contributes to the way that the water is moving under the kayak, and then your stability as well. Seats in your kayak. So my first kayak was just like a thin little foam here, and every time I got up out of the water, my whole back end was wet. So I'm sure like most of you like to spend as much time on the water, especially if you're not having a great day. You're just going to one more cast till you catch something. Well, you get home after loading everything up and your back is killing you, your butt's killing you. So make sure it has a good seat. The frame style seating is the best options to go for. Like Feel Free has the good ones. The Jacksons, the Hobies, a lot of them just have the frame style seating now. So that's definitely something you want to look at and invest in to make sure that that's comfortable for you. Let me see. Paddles. Well, let's talk propulsion. There's so many different options for propulsion now. When I started kayak fishing, it was mostly everyone was paddling. There were a few people with motors, and I'd start off at a tournament. There was one tournament that I started off, and this is what turned me into a motor person. But it was like a blast off, right? Everyone was at the one ramp on the small lake in Culpeper, Lake Pelham. And it was takeoff time, and everyone took off, and those torpedo guys were gone. By the time I paddled and get up to them, they already fished that spot that I wanted to, and they were already moving around halfway around the lake. So I had to wait, kind of let that area calm down. So it kind of changed my plan to how I was going to target fish, or what areas I was going to target fish. Paddles come in all different areas. Has anybody not gotten a kayak and not have a paddle yet? Or looking into buying a paddle? Nobody? Does everybody know, do you want me to go through the differences with paddles, or everyone's pretty? I'll just do it anyway, just in case nobody wants to speak up. So choosing a paddle, there's all different kinds of paddles, all different kinds of sizes. These are not my paddles, and I'm 5'4", so typically you kind of want to use your wingspan to touch the blade. This is obviously really big for me. So the difference in paddles, and I'll kind of set them up here. You have your shafts are different. Some are aluminum, and you have carbon fiber. It usually takes about 1,000 paddle strokes to go 1 mile. So when you're thinking, this is why paddles are important. Paddles are about as important as the kayak that you're in, if this is your main propulsion method. So you have these plastic blades. That's a plastic blade, and then this is your fiberglass blade. And then your shafts are fiberglass and aluminum. I can't tell you how many float trips I've went on the Susky or on the Shenandoah where I've seen a paddle down on the bottom. I'm sure it was probably from a rental company and somebody dropped it. So make sure that your paddle floats. That's a big thing. Josh lost a paddle recently.
And I got it back.
Did you?
Yeah, Mike Tatum reached out to me next day and he found it like a mile down
the 3-piece?
Oh, not the 3-piece. No,
Oh, okay. I don't remember the circumstance around that, but that was pretty heartbreaking for him. So again, the 1,000 strokes to get to your spot. If it's over a mile away, remember that, okay? On top of when you get there, whew, that was a workout. Now I have to fish, right? Now you got to cast. And so that's a big workout at the end of the day. You get exhausted. So typical rule of thumb is when you're sitting in your seat and wherever your feet are kind of planted, if your blade can reach like your foot, your toe area, at least a third of the blade into that water, that's probably a good length for you. That's how, another way you could pick your length. Sit in a kayak, kind of try that out, or and you just want to kind of dig in there and pull backwards. The fiberglass and the carbon shaft, and why I choose this type of paddle is because it is way lighter. If you're using an aluminum shaft and a plastic blade, you may not see it when you are paddling, but that aluminum shaft is flexing, so it's making you work harder. Okay, the carbon fibers are not going to do that. These are going to cut water better, and there is a lot in weight difference that you're not having to recover from there, and they float. Even if you don't feel comfortable, because these things are not cheap. Gosh, I don't know. I forgot Mike's son's name. Not Riley, but the other one. He has paddle leashes in case it falls off. I have a decal maker because I like doing crafts, so I actually put my name on the shaft here and here. So I use a motor. I don't know how this one comes up. And so just like on Mike's here, he has a whole paddle. I usually keep my paddles on the side like this, but if I'm in really heavy winds and I have water coming over the boat, it'll knock one of your things loose. And Josh, I don't know where he is. I think that's maybe how he lost his, and he didn't have a name on it. And so after he lost his paddles, gave me the idea of putting my name on that paddle. So if you can put any kind of waterproof sticker on and write your name. Like Jared had said, our community is really good with people with sharing information or helping each other out. I have, friends and anglers that I fish with all across the country, even in other countries. And even if they have a family emergency, a medical emergency, or something pops up, health-wise, we all kind of band together and raise money to help them. So it is a really big, good community of people. So they'll help you find stuff usually if you lose them. Like Josh just said, somebody found his. So my recommendation, go with a fiberglass carbon fiber paddle. Propulsion. So we talked about paddles, and then there's pedals. The pedal drives come specific to the kayaks. With the Hobies, this is a Hobie PA 14 or 12. They have a more of a fin style. I don't know if I can lift this one out of here. Ooh. Sorry, Mike, I'm messing with yours. So when you're kicking, it's like a flutter kick. You're just going, and the fins are going like this. So that's where you're getting your propulsion from. Some are more of like the prop spin. Don't know if we have any here. Trying to eye one out so you guys can look at it. So it's like the more prop drive, the spinning prop drive. I know with the Hobies, like if you get into really shallow water or you hit something or hydrilla or anything, you kind of have to pull those things out. So you don't want to break one of those fins. There's a lot of folks that I know, friends of mine, that are in Hobies and they're at tournaments and their fins get broken during pre-fishing. Luckily, someone from Hobie's there and able to replace those fins, but they're not cheap. So I will tell you that. The prop styles, Bonafide makes prop style. The Native makes prop style. More ladies. So those are well too, but those have to be pulled. The new Jackson one is the flex drive. That doesn't have to get pulled. If it pops anything, it pushes up. It pushes up with a little lever you'll see there. You could kind of still paddle it, and that's a more bicycle style, not Hobie's the only one that has this type of drive. It'll pop that up to protect your prop before it hits anything and breaks your prop or anything. I particularly like that style, and that's what I use now. So we've talked about paddles. We've talked about pedals. Does anybody have any questions before we move to motors?
Pitches on the paddle, or are they all the same?
What do you mean pitches?
The end of the paddle, is it always the same angle?
For most of them, the difference is like more of this narrow one. I think most of us really prefer the wider ones, but I think the narrow ones are just for, I really don't know what the narrow ones are for. I don't know if nobody I know really has the more narrow ones, but I think it might just for lower to the water, maybe. I think that's what those are for. Yeah. And then, I mean, like Bending Branches is a really good brand. I don't even have, these are both Warner and Aquabound. Bending Branches is a brand I prefer. They also make one, I think Mike said somebody might have one around here with a little hook, like a little notch there. So if you need to pull something like a tree or a lure out, you can kind of use it for there. Anyone else on any questions? I know I'm probably going a little fast. So let's talk about motors. Again, I really prefer my motors. I'm with Torqeedo. I've been with Torqeedo for quite a few years. This is the Torqeedo Ultralight 403. This is a 1 horsepower motor, really good. We now have an 1103, which is a lot better. That's a 3 horsepower. I know that just recently, maybe in a little bit over a year, Newport came out. It's basically almost identical to this. Difference is Torqeedo has this battery right here, which is proprietary to their motor. You can't use any other motor with that. If you wanted to go and use your own motor or your own battery, Newport would be for you. If you can, you would just wire that up and you can have whatever battery you want. I think the price point on these are about 28 to $3,000 for a motor. It comes with the mounting hardware, the mounting brackets. As long as you have a 4-bolt pattern in the back of your kayak, you should be able to do that. And you'll see a lot of them. I think this one over here has a motor on it, and it also has a power pole on it. And so there's special brackets that have to be on there. So if you wouldn't be able to run a power pole off this. You'd have to either get an adapter plate that has another 4-bolt pattern on it to allow for that. Innovative Sportsman, that is in Mount Airy, Maryland, pretty close by. Trey Leach, I don't know if he's here yet. He was supposed to be here. He makes amazing mounts, and he rigged Josh's kayak that's right over here. Just recently, he just got backed. If you have an idea, it's not something on the market, bring it to him. Maybe he can make something up for you. A really great guy to work with. I know a lot of the anglers cross country use him for mounting solutions. Let me see, is there other, bow mount trolling motors. So there's a lot of folks, besides the Torqeedo and the Newport, which are run on the back, there's a lot of folks that like to run a bow mount. And I don't think anyone here has a bow mount. But basically, it is just like the, Minn Kota motors that sit here. I think the cool feature is that, you can control it with a little remote and it goes out there or back out in the water off the ramp while you go get your trailer, bring it down, it comes in. That's kind of cool. Wish I had that. But other than that, it just, I think it's a cool feature. It doesn't go as fast as the Torqeedos, I believe, because I've passed a few with bow mount motors. So the battery that I use the most is the 915 motor. So if you are looking to get one, I think there's a 420 and a 915. So I bring 2 915s. I know I can cover at least 15 miles with one battery. When I'm running a tournament, I don't want to be stuck in case something happens and I can't get back to the ramp. So I will take 2 motors with me, or 2 batteries with me when I'm out. Safety on the water. Let's talk. Some people call them life jackets. Some call them PFDs. So PFD stands for Yes. It also stands for prevent from drowning. So we really encourage everyone. We know they're not comfortable. If you're starting this and this is something that you want to get into, we really, really encourage you to wear your PFD. There's different styles of PFD. Some of the more, functional ones are something like this Stolquist. NRS also makes a Chinook. But what's really nice about this is all your tools that you use, your phone, anything like that, can all be put into here. Okay. And then again, it's uncomfortable when you first put it on. And then after you start fishing, you've been out and you've been doing this for a bit. It's like it's not even there. Like you feel naked when you don't have it. It's like, well, where's my stuff? Other options, and they do make these for women. I will say that. So if you're a little bigger on the top, they do NRS makes a Chinook. That helps with that. Then you have your Mustangs, your inflatables. Inflatables come with either a manual or an automatic inflate. I have a manual inflate, and a funny story is I was on the Susquehanna and I was waiting. I had my kayak up on some rocks, and I was wade fishing and I had to go back and get something, and I was like leaned over my kayak and da-da-da, and the little pull tabs right here, and I guess it caught on to something. So as I pulled away, I was like, that's what it had to do. And my friend Dylan was with me, and he was just dying laughing. It would have been funny if he had it on video or thing. So I kind of tuck that thing in now whenever I use that one, but I'll use that if it's extremely hot, like 100-degree day, because these things, I know there's not a lot of women here right now, but men, if you want to know what it's like for women to take their bra off when they get home, that's what it feels like when you take your PFD off. But they're very handy. I really prefer these over the inflatables. Let's see what I cover. Safety paddles. Anybody have questions? Nope. Oh, so common things. Whistle. Not sure where it is. Here, whistle. You actually have to have that. If you got pulled over by the game warden, you'd have to have that. Most PFDs now, they actually come with the whistle on them if you're buying those. The fishing ones. Rogue Fishing Gear, we changed our name. Rogue Gear Company. Mike, do you have a Rogue tether in here?
Some of the tethers with my fish grip on the left side, and the tires have Rogue tether. I don't have the protector.
Okay. So Rogue Gear Co. is a great company. You always want to kind of have your stuff tethered down. One of the challenges is having all these things in your boat without all the ropes and everything getting caught and all these coils. That's the biggest challenge that there is. And I don't know, I still struggle every time I move to a new kayak with how I'm going to do it. I'll just sit back and for days look at it for like 20 minutes going, that's going to get in my way. That's going to get in my way. One thing about kayak fishing, it is extremely versatile and it's extremely personal. However you want to rig your boat is however you want to rig your boat. And you can change it up whenever you want. One of the toughest things to first do is drill your first hole. That is very scary, and I think everybody out there can understand. When you first drill that, there's no turning back. You're like, oh crap. I will say, when you do rig your own holes, drill your own holes, have a little Ziploc bag and keep all those little shavings, okay? Because they're very important. If you get a crack or some kind of deep scar or scrape underneath, if you're fishing rocks or oyster beds like that, because it's easily to weld those things, and it looks a lot better if you have the pieces from the kayak. It's actually very easy to do. There's a lot of YouTubes out there. I'm not going to go over that. But one of the safety things I was leading to is Gear Co. makes these phone tethers that you can hook to your PFD right here. So if your phone goes in the water, it's kind of a safety device, right? You want to be able to call somebody if you're in trouble or you're in distress. UHF radios. I don't know how anybody keeps those, but there's a lot of people I know that have dropped phone in the water. So tether everything. Even these fish grips right here, I don't know if Mike talked about it, but when you catch a fish, before you put it on the board, you kind of put it in here, put it back in so they can be like, whew, I'm not going to die, you know, before you put it on the board and they start freaking out and their mouth just stays open. And so having this in there, I might be one of those guys back there in the snakehead area, but those fish grips, people have had them in their hand and they're holding the fish and the fish starts to go nuts and they lose their grip and slip and their fish is off with fish grips. So that happens a lot. There's probably a lot. I can't tell you how many posts I've seen with people saying, oh, there's a snakehead or there's a smallmouth somewhere with some fish grips in its mouth. Yeah, sure they shook them off, but if you see them laying on the ground, that's in the bottom of water, that's probably what happened. So make sure you have as many things strapped in. Make sure your paddle is strapped in if you're not using it. You don't want to lose that. Your nets, that's really important. Any other questions? I think I'm done a little early, but nope. Did I cover everything, Josh? Yep. Yeah. Okay. I'll be walking around and I'll be hanging out. So if any of you guys have questions, feel free to come up to me. I am. Are you guys kayak anglers? Or are you just hanging out? Or yes? Okay, good. So I work with women with the Women's Fishing Federation. So you know, I'm really big with helping veterans, helping women and children on the water. You guys already kind of know what you're doing, but with women, you know, it can be intimidating if you have, you know, a significant other. They've been doing this forever, and you want to kind of go out, and they're like, "Oh, I got to teach this girl," and then you just fight, and so that, you know, that happens a lot, and you guys are laughing over there. But there's so a lot of the women are like, they're interested in it, but they don't know, you know, they don't want to take away from him fishing, and so we've kind of put this venue together. We have an annual event, someplace different every year. This past year we did Lake Fork, Texas. The year before we were in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And we cap it at 50, but we bring women in and we basically teach them everything. How to pick rods, how to pick reels, line maintenance, or reel maintenance, how to pick line, which kind of line you're using, what kind of baits, how to skip a bait, how to use a bait caster, safety on the water. We go over everything. So, you know, my biggest accomplishment is 2 years ago, there was a couple of women that we didn't have the bait caster class. And I tell you, I used to use a spinning rod all the time. And then when I have carpal tunnel really bad. And when I would use a spinning rod, it'd start here, go up to my elbow and my shoulder. And I was struggling. And I was like, why are these people casting so far? So I taught myself in front, 5-gallon bucket, teach myself how to use a bait caster. And now I can't stand using spinning rods. I'm a power fisherman anyway. So finesse techniques are tough for me to do. But so just teaching these two women, they wanted to learn how to, one thing they wanted to get out of this event was learning how to fish a bait caster. And I said, you can watch as many YouTubes out there. They'll probably take so much time and they're probably promoting themselves and going over too much. It's literally this. You know, I taught them how to do this. They're throwing a bait caster and that's all they use now. So ask people, you know, YouTube is a great source, but sometimes it doesn't get to the point. That's why I go to TikTok, so hopefully those will go away. But if nobody has any questions, feel free to come up to me while I'm walking around. I'll be hanging out for a few hours, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay. Oh, I forgot to go over these. That's okay. One more safety question or thing. Yakutex makes these VisiCarbon Pro, and the really nice thing about this light is you could just turn them. Here, we got one here. You just turn them to go on and off. Huh? Oh, this has a battery in it. Oh, anyway, so you turn it so the light goes on. What's really nice is you can actually pull the whole thing apart like this. I'm not going to pull it all the way down. Yeah. And this, it all folds up and goes in this little bag to stow away. So that is another safety feature because you want people to see you on the water. And at night, or early morning takeoffs, you want to have some kind of light so people are seeing you, especially those big. I was on Gunnersville, and it was a really foggy day, and there's these boats just, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is kind of scary. So luckily you have that light. And if you are running a motor, I'm sure you guys know like Coast Guard regulations with the whistle and everything, but you do have to have your red and green navigational lights up front. So, all right.
Thank you. Like Cilla said, one of the good things too, you have a chance to talk to them, ask questions one-on-one. And so again, thank you, Cilla, for coming out. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
About 20 minutes, we'll come back with Josh Evans. We're going to switch the boats out here, get some food, mingle. 20 minutes, we'll be right back to the last seminar. Thank you. Great job.
I wish I had my slideshow and notes.
And we're back, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching so far. We've had a great day. We've had 2 fantastic guests. Huge shout out to them. Again, we are going all day today, located at Jake's Bait and Tackle. Can I get a mic check on myself? How do I sound? I don't even know why I have these headphones, and I really don't need them. Watching the classic here while kind of being a little lazy today, which is kind of nice for me. I don't have to like talk the whole day. It's kind of weird, actually, not to be the center of attention, which I like, actually. Let's get here. We got some questions. Inflatable life jacket. Yep, we got that one done. Let's go. Scott Kling from the Bassmaster Classic. What's up, guys? Yeah, the Bassmaster Classic has been absolutely awesome right now. We got Andrew Pennington. Wish I could have went. Wife's at work. Rip. This is my 2nd year kayak fishing. Andrew, awesome. Andrew, do you have any specific questions or anything that you would like to see? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll make sure I get that answered for you. We have a ton of really cool kayaks here. It's been a fantastic time. We're probably going to have to take a little bit of a break here before our last seminar, and then we're going to do a kayak walkthrough. Before we vote on the best kayaks. And again, if you could go over to the YouTube channel, please subscribe to Fishing the DMV YouTube channel and like it there. It really helps us in the analytics, helps this thing grow. So hopefully we can continue to have really cool guests on, bring more awareness to all the fishing opportunities, and get better guests on. So we got another question here. Audio sounds really good. Fantastic. What's going on? Anyone watching the Bassmaster Classic? Hit the old Y in the comment section if you're watching the Bassmaster Classic right now, seeing if John Cox can pull the incredible, win the FLW Cup and the Bassmaster Classic. I don't know. I just have a soft spot for him. The other thing is Keith Poche. Keith Poche had a heck of a win in the MLF with his really cool pimped out boat. And if you want to do yourselves a favor and see something extremely cool, I say go over to his YouTube channel. It's Off Grid. He has a really cool boat that he has with a built-in winch in the front of it. It's an aluminum boat, specifically just meant to like jump beaver dams, get into the most nastiest stuff ever. It's a really cool place. Andrew, we got a question here. Andrew bought a Pelican. I just bought a Pelican Centil 100 XP. Any tips for mods? I did an anchor trolley. Andrew, I'm going to get that information from you from one of these fantastic kayak guys. Andrew, again, my first kayak was an 8.5 foot Hydros, so had to step up to a better kayak. Yeah, and the thing that's so cool about kayaking is you can completely mod them out, get completely different kayaks, which is a really cool thing. Hold on a second here. All right, Andrew. So if you had one person here that you'd like me to ask that question to, let me know who it is in the comment section. You know, guys, I have my nice uniform shirt on, but it is about 6 degrees out here right now, and I'm freezing because I have like no meat on my bones. I've been losing way too much weight lately, so I apologize for wearing what I am. I was really cool, wasn't it, Chris, with who we had on the show? Mm-hmm. Give me something that you thought was cool.
Just the setups.
The setups are really cool, and it's what you can actually do to a kayak is absolutely fascinating to me. How you can pimp them out with all so much stuff. I Andrew, I'm going to get Mike on, and Mike is going to actually answer that question. So please hang in there. When we go, we're going to do a kayak walkthrough, guys. We're going to do a kayak walkthrough at, I think it is 2:30, 3 o'clock. We're going to do a kayak walkthrough of all the kayaks that we have. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that question answered by somebody there. Please comment in down below and we'll get all your questions answered. If you can't be here, you can get all your questions answered by some of the best kayak pros and the best just kayak guys around. We have some really cool episodes of Fishing the DMV dropping next week as well. I'm going to tease you. We had the winner of the BFL down at Kerr Reservoir. He was on the show. His first time ever winning an event, and he got to come on the Fishing the DMV podcast. That is dropping on Monday this week. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be a fantastic episode. We're going to be dropping 3 episodes next week. Okay, guys? Getting ready for April. We will also be doing a live stream coming up here pretty shortly, and we're going to do a weekly live stream. So that's going to be added into the roster as well. I cannot thank you guys enough for all your support. I guess this is where I have to do that shameless promotion right now. We are in the top 200 podcasts every week, which is an absolute blessing. We blew past 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. We average hundreds and hundreds of listeners on Apple and iHeart every week, which is insane. And we just blew past 100 episodes of the show. And we've been going for like 13, 14 months and we hit 100 episodes. And I was worried that I didn't even think when I started this, we could do 1 episode a week, every week. I thought that might be hard. And now I feel like I'm doing 3 a week. Yeah, Chris. And I'm doing absolutely 3 a week. It's absolutely nuts. You can't see Chris. And that's because all of my cameras are being used in every which way. So hold on a second. Just wave. So sorry about that. We're running out of cameras, guys. That's another wish list item to me is I want to start doing high school weigh-in tournaments. Let me know in the comment section down below if you guys want me to start doing like weigh-ins, live weigh-ins. I want to do high school youth events, maybe some local tournaments as well. If your local club would like me and Jared to actually come out and do something like that, please let me know and reach out to me. Maybe we could do like some live streams actually from some of our local clubs to help promote them. Dale City we did this year, which was absolutely fun. Met a lot of really cool people. We did the Richmond Expo, which we're going to do next year. We got ICAST coming up. We're going to go to ICAST again for year number 2 on the show. It's been phenomenal. We've blew past 100 episodes and we're still growing. I don't know. This has been so much fun. It's been a real joy to be able to bring this content to everybody. And hopefully we can keep finding like new and creative things to kind of talk about. And I say it all the time. Not only am I trying to improve the quality of the show, whether it's the audio or the camera work, but I also want to continue to get guests on that people care about in this area, whether it's the DWR, Virginia, Maryland, the Chesapeake Bay Association, talk about the Chesapeake, river keepers, local legends like a Charlie Taylor. If there's somebody on that you would like me to talk to, I'm more than happy to have them on. And I want to have different opinions in mind. I don't want people just to be on the show to agree with me. I really want this to be a platform that we can actually discuss. I'm blessed to have Jake's as a sponsor, but on the same token, I want to have on different opinions and different things to come on and challenge us. That's how we grow, as a culture. Let's see. We got the Yak Fisherman. The Yak Fisherman is on here. I'd love to help out. My cousin is the inventor of the trout magnet. The Yak Fisherman. If that is true, I need both of you on the show. We need to talk about that. The trout magnet. If he actually invented the trout magnet, because that's a freaking cool story. Please email me at fishingthedmv@gmail.com. That is fishingthedmv@gmail.com. I would love to have him on the show and talk about that. One of the coolest episodes, Chris, that I had was with Scott, who is, I don't know if he's the inventor of a lot of the Nico baits, but the idea like he's a fur trapper and then he learns Japanese and lives over in Japan and then does that and then comes back. That's just to me, people are interesting. And everyone has a cool story. Everyone. I mean, even like my wife's side of the family. I was gonna say into cows, but yeah, she came from cow farmers, or I guess what do they call them? Dairy farmers, cow farmers. What's dairy farmers? I think that's fascinating too. Like, how do you actually do all that? How do you get up at 2 a.m. every morning to go do that? That's fascinating. Every day. It's just that's absolutely fascinating to me. So, that's something else that I'd like to do. I'm the Yak Fisherman. I'm the Yak Fisherman. What? I'm the Yak Fisherman. It's 100% true. I'm the Yak Fisherman. I like that. That would be a great shirt, actually. I'm the yak fisherman. That'd be a fantastic shirt. As you can tell, we are getting the next kayak set up right now. I'm just beaming that sucker right into you. We're getting the next kayak set up right now. Oh, this has been a fun day so far. I had the Bassmaster Classic going on my phone, and I'm here to answer all your questions. The comment on YouTube. Oh, I wonder if my YouTube comments are not coming in yet.
How about the Bassmaster Classic this year?
Oh, that's you. Gotcha. Okay, Andrew. Yeah, bring him on the show. Message me or whatever, and we'll try to get him on the show as well. I definitely want to have a little bit more, not controversy. I don't want to say just controversial guests. I just want to talk about these hotter topics in a conversation format and not just bashing it. I was blessed, I guess, to be able to talk about the flathead issue with Mr. Mulliken, who is the DWR Maryland rep, and talk about the flathead issue on the Upper Potomac. And then I was blessed to actually have a flathead angler reach out to me, and he was on the show, and we had a respectful, cordial conversation from his perspective of he enjoys catching them, which is fine. And so, if you don't agree with me, I have no problem you coming on the show. I will respect you. I want to hear your opinion as long as it's cordial, just to get different points of view. Which is also why, I'll have people on the Shenandoah. I'll have 5 different guides. I'll have Travis Eden on. I just had another, I'm not going to spoil who it was, but I had another Shenandoah guide come on the show and we pre-recorded last week. And it's cool just to have somebody talk about the river and having multitudes of people. It's almost like if you have a painting and if you have 10 people look at a painting, they all have a different answer. And it's the same thing. If you have 10 people look at their favorite sports team, 10 people will tell you what they like about that sports team is different. And so I actually enjoy having different people on to talk about the same place because everyone has a different opinion about it. And it's even with baits and stuff. I mean, Chris, and this is a huge thing. He does spinner baits and he does extremely cool. It's a war in the spirit of War Eagle-esque. I don't even know the right verbiage to kind of say that. It's kind of like a War Eagle. It is a War Eagle.
They're a breed of their own.
They're a breed of their own, War Eagle. It has the wire vibe of a War Eagle. And he's getting me into more spinnerbait stuff. And I talked to other people and I was like, oh yeah, spinnerbaits are back. And then with this show, I hear that for river smallmouth, a heavier spinnerbait is really good. And people have been getting them from Alabama, those tail race areas, and they're bringing them up to the Shenandoah and the Susky. Because guess what? When it's really ripping current, you need a heavier spinnerbait. Well, now Chris is able to make those. And so, that was just connections made by just talking to people. Going with these little blades like this on the back of a Ned rig in the wintertime helps with smallmouth or a Cinco. A Cinco, especially when you're fishing heavy grass on the tidal Potomac for largemouth, or for a smallmouth, put it on the back of a Ned rig in cold water conditions. It's absolutely banging. It does extremely well. And that was something that I just learned by having these nice conversations. And it's not world shattering stuff, but you learn. Other things I want to try to do is get some guys on from the Army Corps of Engineers to talk about Kerr and lake building. I think that shit's fascinating. And so sometimes I just want guests on to be like, how do you build a lake? How does all that go down? That would be cool. How do you flood it? Do you clear cut all of it? I don't know. Just yeah, that'd be cool. So if you think of an off the wall guest, guys, let me know. If it's a local bait shop, I will interview other bait shops. There's no problem there. Cause I think what got you into this? I don't know. I just also find people really, really, really fascinating. We got Andrew. I got into clickbaits. Yeah, me too. Let's see. He lives in Billington, West Virginia, so maybe a Zoom call. Okay, absolutely. Yeah. Andrew, just email me at fishingthedmv@gmail.com or message me on Facebook, and we'll kind of set that up. And buzzbaits. Buzzbaits are cool. Buzzbaits are weird because it's when you have the whopper plopper and then you have a buzzbait, it almost feels like the whopper plopper took over for the buzzbait for a long period of time. And I think it's because of just castability, honestly. Besides that, I think the noise is a little different. I think you don't
have to chase it to keep it on the top.
No, you don't. And let's be honest, if you put a whopper plopper and a spinner and a buzzbait both on spinning tackle and you cast them, the whopper plopper, you'll cast about 4 football fields. You can just shoot that thing. And so if you're fishing a clear lake, you can just go down the bank and burn it and be able to cover just so much freaking water with that.
Agreed.
Andrew Payton, what's your favorite bait? Andrew, what time of year? What are you talking about? You talking about smallmouth? You talking about Potomac River? What are you talking about? I'm gonna try to help you. Whoop, I'm gonna pull that out of there. We'll get that going. I pulled that up. Sorry about that. Let's see. Andrew, early spring largemouth. Now, I'm not trying to be, my mind is very much, I'm very anal about things. So I fish Kissimmee Run and Back Creek. I swim jigs and swim baits are really just kind of like my go-to baits a lot of the time. If I am fishing, and that's really okay, Spring Creek. I'll bring that back up for you guys. I fish Kissimmee Run and Back Creek. I'm not familiar with Back Creek. I gotta find what Back Creek is. Back Creek. Where is Back Creek? Is this a Maryland place? Andrew, where is this? I need to know. If it's smallmouth, I'm going to say probably a power Ned rig is going to be my go-to bait. If it's a grassy place, I'm probably going to start with a swim jig. Anything else, I'm probably going to start with a jerk bait, honestly, especially if you have forward-facing sonar. That's the best way to cover some water. Ned rig or a shaky head. If I'm fishing more of like a runs through Hedgesville. Have you heard of this place? Yeah, Back Creek. Hedgesville. Back Creek Farms. Back Creek Fishing. What the heck? Yeah, it's in West Virginia. It's near us. It's right off of 81. Okay, it's literally a creek. I thought it was like a code name for something else. It's called Back Creek. Oh, dude, yeah, easily. So what I would go with is a for this type of creek, I'm gonna go with a micro jerk bait. I like to throw it on a BFS setup usually. Micro jerk bait's really good. A Panther Martin can also be dynamite. If you really just want to catch anything that swims, this is the best setup. Get a trout magnet head and then take a gulp minnow and then super glue that on there. And that thing is absolutely the best setup that you could do. Let me see if I get Catoctin Creek on. And Catoctin Creek just left. Bert, you want to come on? You want to come on? Sure. All right. So, yeah, why don't you get a couple of your rods because I can get the next mic set up too. We put in Off-Swing Bridge Road. Yeah. So I would say I would go with a micro jerk bait. I love the Eurotech one. Makes a really good one. Honestly, if you guys want me to go bring some tackle? Let me go grab some tackle and I'll be right back. Let me grab some tackle and I'll be right back and I'll show you some All right, sorry about that, guys. We are back. Thank you so much for holding on there. We are actually got something else we got towing too. Got present extra cam. Perfect. And so now we're gonna go dual cameras here because we got a cool thing happening. If I can figure out how to do this, instead of, you don't want to see two Toms, but we're gonna see a guest. Even though like the lighting right now is like how to catch a predator, but we'll work on that. That's actually not all right. That's not too bad. And boom, boom, perfect. And then what we're gonna do is turn off that. All right. So, before we got a really cool guest in here, but I want to ask. Boom. Okay, cool. So I got a really cool guest here, but we're going to first answer that one question when you guys talked about creek baits. I'm going to answer that real quick, and then we're going to get into this next thing. So if I had to fish a creek right now and I had to catch a fish, if the water is clear, I'm going to go with little jerk baits, period, end of story, because you're going to catch your smallmouth, rock bass, bluegill, everything. Euro tackle makes a really, really cool colors right here. And then trout magnet, believe it or not, makes a really cheap one that you can buy here at Jake's Bait and Tackle, but also like at Dick's Sporting Goods too, which is really cool. And then you got the X-Wrap, the baby X-Wrap. You know, those are my 3 jerk bait choices. I can throw this on a BFS bait caster. What I like about the BFS setup is you can stop it. It's got that brake system. And I learned about that, honestly, at 2 a.m. watching Japanese anglers. And they have these 3-foot ultralight trout rods, but they can throw little crankbaits and they can roll cast and they can break it with their thumb, which I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. I like that. And then if I have to catch a fish, because my family will get killed otherwise, you're going to go with a little gulp and you're going to go with a trout magnet head. Okay. And this is the 1-incher. You have to use super glue or it'll come right off. This will catch anything that swims on planet Earth, period. And you'll catch a lot of stuff with this. I would use an ultralight spinning rod. You could probably get away with a medium light. I just think it's more fun in an ultralight. Trout head, the lightest one will work great. But those are my creek fishing setups. And then we're going to get into right here. We have a really, really cool guest. Sir, why don't you introduce yourself?
Mark Burks. I am the owner and founder of Catoctin Creek Custom Rods.
Thank you so much for coming on. I know that you were in the neighborhood. You saw things going on here. And no, it's really good to have you back on here. But yeah, tell people a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm based out of Western Latin. I started building rods back in the 90s, doing repairs for people. And then I decided in spring of 2009 to incorporate or establish an LLC for the business and turn my hobby into a little extra source of income.
That's freaking awesome. Huh? Yeah, we're still live. On the show? Or are you talking after the show? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It's like, anyway, continue what you're saying.
And I've been going pretty strong ever since, home-based, so I don't have to worry about a lot of overhead or any of the other expenses like that.
That's awesome. And then you've also been a huge sponsor of Northern Virginia Kayaks, Steve Chaconis. When are you guys starting?
Jerry yelled 5 minutes about 3 minutes ago. So.
That's about right.
Do you have a battery or anything? Or
yeah, we'll start. Just give me about 2 minutes,
Gotcha.
And then I'll get going here. He makes fantastic custom rods. He's located in Round Hill, Virginia. Again, link in the episode description to all of his information, or just type in Catoctin Rods. He also has a really cool blog, correct?
Yes. I started that many years ago, and actually I forgot all about it until recently. And I was pushing that, and if anybody who joins it, if they want to post any tip that they've heard or post any video or a photo of something they've caught, I welcome that. Just post away. And
then, guys, again, link in the episode description to that if that's something you want to check out as well. And then I know, because apparently we are cut for time, I would like you to show off, though, some of your work real quick to the audience down below.
I've got 2 rods that I've built. I've got the both examples, spinning and a bait caster. And
perfect. Yep, they can see it.
This is one of my bait casters. This is my personal rod. It's MHX blank. It's from Mudhole. A lot of people don't know, but Mudhole and American Tackle are owned by the same three guys. And Fuji, Real Seat, and I think they're American Tackle guides. I really like the American Tackle guides and wind grips. I'm a big believer in the wind grips. They don't get dirty like cork can. And decided not to go with a foregrip, which a lot of people do now. But it's extremely lightweight, and this is a great worming rod. Lighter jigs, 10 to 17 pound test.
That's awesome. That's really cool. And then what is the turnaround time if someone would like to order a rod for you, just generically, just so they have an idea?
Generically, a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Usually, actually getting the parts delivered takes a while, but COVID really did a number on many of the companies' inventory, and waiting for something to become available can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Fuji has been hit hard like that.
Mm.
And here is another personal rod of mine, spinning rod. This one's made by it's American Tackle Bushido blank. American Tackle Real Seat. I really like this Real Seat. It's got an integral hump in it. And the Fuji K-Series guides. Phase light. It's almost as good as Alkanite.
Mm.
And right now, you can get these a lot easier than you can the Alkanite guides.
That's awesome. So I am getting yelled at. All right. So what we're going to do, guys, let me know in the episode description if there's anything that you want to see today. I'm going to have him back on again. We have the seminar starting here, and I'm being texted by 500 people asking where I am. So this is what we're going to do as I bring my camera back on there. We're going to go to a 3-minute break, and then we're going to go on with our last seminar of the day. And then we're going to do a kayak walkthrough to finish up. Okay. Then a kayak walkthrough to finish up. Thanks again for everyone watching. Hold still. Any questions, please ask questions in the comment section down below. They will get answered. I promise.
Got him. Got him. Big one. Big one, guys. Big one. Guys, this is a big one. Guys. Oh. Thanks. That is nuts. Oh my God. They're in here. Oh, that'll be good for the channel. Right there. I wish I had a damn scale, but at least got a camera.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir. I'm thinking it's, yeah, at least 3. She's beautiful. And they're in here too.
Yeah, they stock these. That's a bass, right?
Yeah.
Go with trout. Go with trout. Go with trout. Go with trout.
Nope, that's a bass.
Thought. My first assumption was correct.
Yeah.
On my property. You didn't. All righty, guys, we are back. So we're going to be getting started here pretty shortly with the kayak seminar, the final seminar of the day. We have a fantastic guest that's going to go really in depth with the tournament kayak fishing itself. Fantastic.
All right.
We're ready to go here.
All right, everybody. Hey, I'm Josh Evans. I just give you a little bit of background on myself. I am a 10-year Army veteran, disabled veteran. I'm talking about right here from. What's up, Mike? So I originally started fishing. I was a tournament fisherman. I would fish as a co-angler in bass boats. Loved it. Started getting a little bit successful with it, and went to my wife and I said, "Babe, I need a bass boat, right? I need to go cash some checks." And then we went and we looked at the prices of them, and that was not an option, right? Between just the sticker price, then you start thinking about insurance and upkeep, maintenance, all of that. It just wasn't in the cards. Around the same time, I had a buddy of mine reach out and he said, "Hey, I'm a fishing guide for Heroes on the Water." For those of you that don't know what Heroes on the Water is, veteran service organization that takes disabled veterans out on the water to give them a little bit of peace of mind and relaxation by fishing. So I said, well, I don't know anything about kayak fishing, but I love to fish and I'd definitely be down to guide. And I said, well, damn, now I need a kayak, right? So I went down to my local Dick's, very similar to Cilla's story. They had an Old Town Trip Angler, little 10-foot sit-in kayak. And I said, okay, cool. I grabbed one of those. I bought a Scotty rod holder and a paddle and a PFD. And I went out there. I installed the Scotty rod holder right in the dead center on the front of the cockpit. And I said, okay, I'm ready. Let's do this, right? And I go out to MKBF's first event, and my mind is blown. I see rigs very similar to all the ones you see around the room now, right? Rigged out with motors and fish finders and all these other crazy gadgets, kind of out of my price range. And initially, it was extremely intimidating. But my buddy, he gave me a great piece of advice, and something I really stick to any day is, you know, you can go out here in a $400 piece of plastic, or you can have one of these $20,000 setups, and it's nothing. Neither one of those is going to determine who's going to win the tournament. It's going to be you versus the fish. You're not competing against anybody else. You're competing against catching those fish and figuring them out. And I said, well, damn, that's a great piece of advice. So I fished the whole season with MKBF in that little sit-in kayak. And every time I get out of it, all 6'3", 200-some pounds of myself would get out of it, and my back would hurt, my knees would hurt. I said, man, this is not it, right? And during the off season, I started looking around, and I found a Jackson Kayak Big Tuna that was on clearance from my local shop. And I called the guy and I said, hey, my name's Josh Evans. You used to have that boat? And he's like, yeah. I said, okay, I'm going to come buy it tomorrow, and then the next day I'm going to go out and I'm going to win a tournament in it. And he said, you're out of your mind. He's I don't know who you are, right? Cool. So I went down there, I bought this big tuna, went out to Lake Anna, and anybody that's fished Lake Anna, when it's freezing, we're fishing the warm side, right? But it was like sub-freezing temperatures. The water was like 40 degrees, even, you know, with generating and everything. But air temps were like in the 20s. Go out there, smash fish all day, right? End of the day, I need one fish only. And I catch him, right? And I was like, man, I got to pee. And for those of you that know anything about using the bathroom in a kayak, right, it can be complicated, especially for you female anglers, right? But even for a male angler, when you're fishing in 30 plus feet of water, there's nowhere to pull over, right? So I said, well, this is a stable kayak. And I stood up and went to pee, and I was like, oh, I'm good. I sat back down, and I didn't know my boat well, and I hadn't strapped the seat down properly. And when I sat down, the seat tipped up like this, and backwards into the water I went. Damn near died that day. Luckily, I had buddies by that came and helped fish me out. You know, I didn't have the proper clothing on. I had a bunch of layers of heavy stuff on rather than a dry suit. You know, Mike alluded to earlier having a dry, clean set of clothes with you. I had left my dry bag in the car. So I had a buddy who's like a size medium. I'm a 3XL guy. He said, hey, I got my clothes. And I was like, well, okay. So I squeezed into a little medium t-shirt, and it was like a baby tee. And I called the tournament director. I said, dude, I've got the winning fish on my phone. Don't give away any money yet. Made it back, hypothermia and all. I couldn't even say my own name hardly, and won the tournament. Well, I say all that to say, you got to know your kayak. You got to have it rigged for what makes most sense for you, right? What works for me and how I have my boat set up might not necessarily be what works for you. So I'm here today to kind of share how I have my kayak rigged, to hopefully give you some insights or maybe some ideas. I know some of you guys are veterans and been fishing, doing this for the 10 plus years like I have, and others are brand new and just kind of figuring it out as you go. So hopefully this gives you guys some cool insights into why I do what I do. So here, this is going to be my primary tournament rig for the 2023 season. It's a Coosa X. It's our brand new riverboat from Jackson. Everything on this boat is laid out specifically so it either, one, does not interfere with my ability to catch and land fish, but also it's within reach or it's functional for what I'm doing and how I'm fishing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kind of from bow to stern and really talk about every component that's on here and why it is where it is. Anybody have any questions so far? All right, well, I might ask some questions later, so make sure you're paying attention because there's a couple baits up here that Mike left for those of you that answer the questions right, okay? Well, first off, hold on. Who is the youngest child here today? Where'd that one look? I did see a stroller. Does stroller count? Baby can't throw a bait yet. 11? We got 11. We had that one little blonde hair girl. She's over there. All right. Well, Mike's son, come on up here and grab you a bait. You can pick one first. I recommend the black and blue jig. That's my absolute favorite thing to throw, but you throw whatever you throw, my man. Grab one. Just watch out for that hook. All right, what you get? The black and, that's right. Get a little black and blue trail on the back of that joint and go crazy. Anyway, so if you guys want to actually get up and come in, I'm going to actually talk through everything that we're doing here. Yeah, no? Y'all want to? Come on. Let's do it. So I'm going to throw my vest on because I can't have Mike being the only one. It is, right? Speaking of, I like most things black, so notice kind of matching, right? But anyways, that's not functional nor here nor there. I'm going to take this off just because I don't want to damage my transducer when I'm sitting in this boat. All right. So first things we look at is I've got my torpedo back here, right? The control for it is for my non-dominant hand. That way I can control the speed of my kayak if I'm using the motor or fishing with the motor on and still cast, okay? I can reel and then I can adjust a little more and keep feathering it, but I still have my dominant hand for actually casting and targeting fish. The foot-controlled steering, I'm just going to kind of look around and go as I go here. Foot-controlled steering, a lot of guys will use these right-angle mounts from Yak Attack, and they'll do this, and what they'll do is they'll actually have the mounts flipped around, and so that brings the pedals further in. That interferes with, if you have a pedal drive, pedaling without catching them, or if you have internal rod storage like I have in here, you won't be able to use it, so it eliminates that. I flipped them around and have it so it's pretty much tucked in out of the way. I can still steer my kayak as much as I want, and if I need to run rods there, I can do that. I have my anchor wizard here, again, non-dominant hand. It runs through a couple of eyelets and up there to that pulley, and I have a simple little dumbbell weight you can get from Walmart. It's like $5-10. A lot of people use like the the mushroom style anchors or the grappling hooks, and those are cool, but I fish a lot of rivers. And in rivers, you get one of those hung, they're not always easiest to get them unhung, and then you end up cutting off an anchor that costs you $20, $30, $40. That, if I lose it or have to cut it loose, $5. And also it's coated in rubber, so it's not gonna make a ton of noise when it hits the bottom, and it's also gonna be a lot easier to get dislodged. Any questions so far? Thoughts? All right, so next thing I have, my net. I keep my net here in the center. I've played with this a lot over the years, where I like having it. Sometimes I'll have it, I have a rod holder right here that'll have it kind of poking up, but I've noticed that I catch it on my back cast a lot. And so here, I can grab it with my non-dominant hand, landing a fish. I always like to land my fish on my right side. By the time the season starts, I'll actually probably move this live scope transducer over here to the left as well, so it's out of the way. I currently have it here. I'm playing with it because, again, I don't want to fiddle with it too much, and I'm always going to have a rod in this hand. So if I have a rod in this hand, I'm not going to keep on adjusting it and playing with it. That's a pitfall. A lot of guys that have live scope, if you talk to anybody that have live scope, they'll tell you a lot of times they'll miss out on catching other fish because they try to, mess with it too much, and they're constantly staring at the screen rather than actually just fishing. And I'm trying to find that balance, if that makes sense. Another thing here, so you'll see all of my rods, whether it be on my crate or in these extra rod holders, are all on the left-hand side of my kayak. If you look around the room, it's probably the only kayak that's set up like that, and there's a reason for it. Again, I was talking about back casts, right? If I have rods all the way wrapped around and I'm really winging it out there, my treble hooks on these baits or any of these other things are going to hook a rod tip, snap, there it goes. There goes 120, 130, $200-some rod. So it keeps them out of the way. Again, it's most functional for me because this is my casting dominant hand, but it keeps it free. It's one less concern I have on the water. I don't have to adjust my casting style in order to do what I want to accomplish. So for me, it's the most functional thing in the world. It also helps me reduce the amount of rods I bring. The most I'll ever bring with me is 6. If I go on the river, that'll probably be down to 4. If I get a chance to pre-fish, I'm not bringing more than 3 rods with me. And that'll be 1 in my hand and 2 on the box, and that's it. It's a big deal, in my opinion, to not bring too much stuff, right? Coming over from the bass boat world, that was the first big challenge that I encountered, was you go from being able to stow all your gear in all these different compartments and all this crazy stuff to now I have to fit everything on a 12 to 14-foot piece of plastic, right? Everything I'm going to use for the day. So that helps me, one, ensuring that I'm not bringing too many baits. I have some different 3600s, 3700s in the crate here. Each one of those will have maybe 2 or 3 different style of baits in them. So that it's whittled down as much as I can prior to competing or even just going out for fun fishing to ensure that I don't overload myself with too many options, okay? Yes, that could come back and bite me on certain days where they're not biting anything I have, but if they're not biting anything I have, that wasn't my day to fish anyways, all right? It wasn't my day to win. But very important. So next we have my paddle. This is a river fishing kayak. All the fish finder electronics and all that can come off, but I keep my paddle here, very easily accessible. A couple little pull tabs, I pull those off and I can grab it. Again, I like landing fish on the right-hand side of my kayak, so I try to keep as much as I can on the left. Had somebody ask me a question earlier, well, doesn't that make you lean to one side? No. Most of this gear is relatively lightweight, so I'm 290 pounds, so I stay floating pretty centered as it is. And if it does, I lean a little. It helps kind of adjust the back and the hips and all that, right? But that's things that you learn over time. And then if it is creating too much weight, there's minor adjustments I can make. To the how the weight's distributed in the kayak to ensure that doesn't continue to happen, right? Haven't had an issue with it so far. Couple other things real quick. My graphs. So this is the first year that I'm going to be running 2 graphs together. I used to run a Raymarine Element 9, which was great for down and side scan. It had a lot of really cool options, and I would keep that somewhere over here. I kept it kind of out of arm's reach, so again, I didn't tinker with it too much because that's a big pitfall I've seen. This year, I'm actually running 2 93SV Garmin's. One of them is going to be for my down and side imaging, and the other one's actually going to be for the live scope dedicated. That way I can have both running simultaneously, and maybe one will show me something, an attribute, a change in the composition of the bottom, or something in the structure that I didn't see. And the other one might just show me some fish that I wasn't seeing on side scan or something because, you know, I'm seeing it in live real time. Really cool feature here that I reached out to Trey, and my butt is all wet now. So y'all see I didn't have an accident, I promise. I reached out to Trey. If anybody knows Trey Leach from Innovative Sportsman, he's located in Mount Airy. I hate drilling in my boats. I'm adamant about not doing that as much as humanly possible. One, because it's a huge investment, and one mistake, you just really messed it up, and you have to patch it, and it's a whole thing, right? But also, sometimes it's a time thing, right? I reached out to Trey, though, and I said, hey, man, I've got this super cool idea with rigging my new kayak, and I want your help. And what it was this particular mount right here. So Jackson Kayak is a proprietary thing. They have what's called tri-track, right? And it has slots on 3 sides. There is a piece of bar that's similar you can get from certain construction companies and stuff online that has 3 and 4 sides on it, very similar. But my idea was to have it so depending on the style of fishing I was doing, I could adjust the mount, right? So the way it is right now, typically I have it most times. If I decide I want to go fish, bed fishing, right? Like early season bed fishing, and I want to stand and fish more, right? Because I'm sight fishing, but I still want to use my live scope and stuff. Do me a favor, come down here real quick. See, there's 2 wing knobs right here. You get that one, loosen it up. There you go. And then the next one, yep, loosen that up. Now, when I'm on the water, I can do this by myself, but since I have people here, why not? I can actually turn this up here like so, right? And then tighten them back down and lift my graphs. I can tilt my graphs back, and I can be sight fishing and looking at my live scope simultaneously. Obviously, I'm not going to just let it go because it's going to fall down right now, but I'll be able to look down at them while I'm standing rather than trying to lean and do all this crazy stuff. You can put it back down. Thank you. So again, it's out of the way, right? It allows me to maximize my cockpit space. So if I want to stand and move around a little bit and turn and do different things, I can do that without the worry of tripping over wires or cords, things of that nature. Last couple things I have on here we'll go over. Have my motor lift line, have it on a pulley back there, and got a cam cleat right here. So I can't really drop it down because we're on the ground, but this allows it to be really close reach for me. So if I'm fishing like Shenandoah or the Susquehanna and the river's real shallow and I start banging on rocks, I can pull it up and lock it in place, drop that down there, and pull my paddle up and start paddling. Okay? It's not something that I'm constantly using, so I don't have it out in front of me, but it's back here and it's easily accessible and reachable. Any questions? All right, I got a question. Why, somebody answer this for me, got a bait for you over here. Why do I have my Anchor Wizard mounted for my non-dominant hand? Anybody? That's right, non-dominant hand. So, crankbait. Awesome. So yeah, so again, non-dominant hand. It's got a winch, so it's really easy to operate. I mean, I could use 2 fingers and do it if I wanted to. And that's really it. The other things that I have on here that I think are pretty important. So the different leash companies, as they mentioned, Cilla and Mike mentioned, they produce things. Sometimes I do like to save money where I can. It might not be evident with this particular boat, but I didn't just get all this stuff overnight, I promise you. But I do like to make things where I can. So like this leash right here, I got some shot cord, right? Tied off some knots, string tubing, and this thing is awesome. It ain't going anywhere. And this is one of the big, super heavy ones that Mike was referring to earlier on, the catch boards that are anchors, basically. But I keep that there. I can pull it up, set it on my lap if I want, and measure my fish, and then set it right back here. I have a shorter 26-inch board that actually will slide under my seat or to the side and not be as cumbersome, but I didn't bring that one. This is a 32-inch board, so it's a bit more of a pain to deal with. But something to think about, again, when you're setting up your fishing kayaks or adjusting them, is thinking about things like that. Your measuring device in a tournament is one of your most important things that you need, aside from all your safety equipment. And you know, having one that's easily accessible, but also easily stowed without interfering with your other gear, super important. Last thing that I am going to talk about real quick, again, something else a mix of product that actually is store-bought, right? So the Cal Coast leashes, right? You can order like a set of like 10 or 8 of these for, I think, $40, $50. I took one. It's a culling kit is what it is, right? But I took that and some 550 cord and a couple of these little, I forget what they're called, but hammered those down, and it's a leash. So when I want my fish to calm down in the water, I'll throw them on there, drop them in the water. If it gets loose, there's a little float, and it's not a super heavy float, so it's not like it's going to pull the fish to the surface necessarily. But in the 6 years, I think, that I've been using a similar setup to this, I've never lost a fish. A lot of folks like using the grippers, the fish grippers that you saw. Those are great for snakeheads and stuff, but I've also lost fish on them. When it counted, when it was a tournament fish that I really needed, and I didn't, have it locked down and have a band over the end. Whereas these, they cinch down. They're not really coming loose. I haven't heard of too many people losing fish. Both sides of these, I have this little clip right here. I'm gonna pull it out. So this is called a Cable Cuff Pro. You can get them at Home Depot for like $1, right? $1.50. They fit around most of the arms of the seats, or you can lash them to other parts of your kayak, but they remove very easily. Again, super cheap, and I have a full fish tether system that I can attach anywhere on my boat. All right, any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? No? All right. All right, without looking, anybody know what kind of kayak this is? Jackson Coosa? No? X, that's right. All right, you get the last bait of the day, and that's it. If anybody has any questions for me in particular, I'll be hanging out here for a bit longer until it's over. But I appreciate your time, and big, huge thank you to Jake's for throwing this. Hoping that they do more in the future. I'd love to come and participate or check things out. Huge shout out to Cilla and Mike for presenting ahead of me, and also for NVKBA allowing an MAKBF guy to come up here with them. Very important. Yeah. Funny backstory, and then I'll be done. But MVKBA actually was started. You and Jason, I think, were the ones that started it. So, outstanding. But we had several members that they used to fish MAKBF stuff too. And MAKBF, if you guys don't know, they travel. It's Mid-Atlantic, so we travel to different. Yeah, it's more of a regional thing. We travel to different states every month. Well, a bunch of Nova guys said, nah, man, I'm not trying to drive all over the place and catch fish. And they started MVKBA. And at first, I remember I was just like, I was in my feelings about it. Me and Mike have talked about it. And I was like, why would they do that? It's taken away from our numbers. But it's been an amazingly beautiful thing. They started this great grassroots trail down here. And it's only enhanced the amount of kayak fishing opportunities in the region for everybody. So super stoked to be a part of this. Thanks, Mike. Thanks to Jake's. I appreciate it. And that's it, man.
Thank you, John.
Tight Star Mines. Let's go. Yes, sir.
And real quick, too, if you haven't been on Fishing the DMV podcast, and I help Thomas a little bit sometimes in interviews, and it's amazing to me. There's a lot of information thrown out today. And so what's cool, though, is you can sit there and interview, you can be watching, but go back and watch it when you get a chance. And I always pick up 1 or 2 or 3 more things that I didn't see live or hear live. And so be sure to check that out again. Again, we thank these guys presenting. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go through, Fishing DMV is going to go through each kayak again one more time. And we got 5 categories that we're going to vote on, but everybody will walk away with something. We'll do that between 2:30 and 3. We'll do an awards type of ceremony and stuff. We also, again, just want to thank everybody that brought a kayak. Some of you traveled from a good ways away, so we appreciate you. Thank you for coming and showing your kayak off. We're not quite done. We'll be here till 3. Still some food out. 5-minute break. We'll go around again, take a look at all the kayaks. We'll vote, and we'll have an award ceremony. Thank you again,
Awesome.
guys. 5-minute break.
Man, my butt is so wet.
Great job.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll let you do that.
Oh, you're good. Awesome. Thanks, man. Yep. Yeah, thank you.
That was a fantastic seminar. We got a lot more fun stuff happening. We're going to be going from kayak to kayak here shortly. We're going to be talking about all the different kayaks that we have here. We're going to interview each individual, and then at the end we're going to do the prize giveaway for all the different kayaks that we have here. And then also if there's anything else people want, you want me to ramble on like a lunatic, did you want me to have some of these guests on that are here, would you like me to get them on the show? You just kind of let me know. We're going to do a quick break, and then we're going to be showing off all the different kayaks that we have. Okay, quick break, and then we're going to be showing off all the different kayaks that we have here at the show.
on my property. You didn't win shit in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts, Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.
You're live.
Where are we starting?
That's clock. The clock starts there, apparently. Cole told me the clock goes clockwise.
We have one outside too.
Yep.
So, all right, sir.
All right.
You got Tyler, right?
How you doing? Yes, sir.
Tell us about your kayak.
So this is my Field and Stream kayak. I've picked it up when I was in college, so it's kind of like a budget DIY build. Everything on it is mainly for small lakes, electric only, and river fishing. So first off here, I'll do like my little homemade anchor wizard. It's set up. You pull the lever, all your anchor will drop down. Then I have it set up on the guide, and then you just crank it up. It's simple. It works effective. Up front, keep the fish grips. Easy access up here. Move it up towards the front. This is where I have my net. It sits up, just nice, easy access to grab a hold of. Then I have my anchor run up front. Then moving on back, I have my anchor line here for my rear homemade drop anchor. It's like a homemade power pole. So it just set up here on your little anchor cleat line. Just get that cheap Walmart and just paracord, and I have it routed back through just some clear plastic tubing with your just little cable clips. It runs back to 2 pulleys. There's a pulley in the bottom of my little electrical utility box.
So this is self-made.
Yes, sir.
That is
So
awesome.
everything just, I got inspiration from groups on Facebook and on YouTube, stuff like that I've seen. It's just a stakeout pole. You can get it at Lowe's for trees. So all it is, I have some leaded weights in the bottom of it to give me weight and to sink down. And then to pull it up, you just pull it, then you just cinch it off.
Thomas, a self-made power pole back here.
Self-made power pole.
Then you just drop it. It sinks down. It works great in mud, silty bottom. I haven't really tested out too much in like heavy current, but that's about the only thing I haven't done with it. It held up great. I've had it on here for 2 years now, and it's worked great. Then I have my homemade rod holder, just out PVC pipe. Everything comes out of your stock rod tubes that you got from factory. Haven't had anything to it. It comes up. I have all my rods here. Usually I have my spinning here in the back, or when I'm throwing my big swim baits, I'll have those back here. I'll have my low profile, typically my bait casters up front. Then I have this giant gap here in the middle, so I have easy access to my crate here. It's just a milk crate. It's just 2 of them put together. I cut the bottom off the
Solid.
rim, and then just put the bungee cords up top, so I have easy access to the main baits I throw. Got to have your tubes, Ned rigs.
Susquehanna Tackle Company. We saw them down in Richmond.
Yes, sir. That's where I picked some of that stuff up. Sitting here with this spinner bait from them. Then you just open up.
That's a CT, isn't it?
Yeah.
Open up. I have just miscellaneous tackle, my scale, just waterproof containers, gloves. Then I'll have terminal tackle, some hard baits, and then all my extras I have shoved in here.
Tyler, I think I'm impressed. I'm glad we did this way.
That's really cool.
You've done a great job.
Again, guys, comment down below. Let us know in the comment section if there's a particular thing that you'd like to see, or if there are any questions you'd like us to ask.
Seriously, that is so cool.
Let's go on to the next one.
Thank you.
All
right, we're with Matt here.
Right there. That's your mic.
It's my mic.
Yeah, it's your mic.
Matt, tell us about your kayak here.
It's a Jackson Kayak Liska. Started originally with just a small plastic Walmart boat. Went river fishing with a buddy. After a few times, I said I needed something a little bit better. So I went down to Green Top. Ended up picking up a river boat. So no pedal drive, no motor, just all paddle. 12 foot in length. I mean, it does everything I needed to do. I got the paddle holder on the side. It's easy for me to reach. Easy to just set over there to the side. The one rod holder up front, so whenever I am paddling, I'm able to just set the rod real quick up front. I mean, I don't have really a whole lot invested in it other than just the rods and the tackle in the box. I mean, that's all I use it for fishing. I don't get a whole lot of the fancy stuff yet. Haven't gotten there.
Nor do you need it, do you? I mean, you're catching fish out of it, right?
That's it. I'm catching fish, having a grand old time. About to say it's a little bit of a hike up here, so
yeah.
About to say saw a bunch of rivers on the way up. Looked like a nice place to go fishing.
That's right.
Yeah, Lake Anna's the home lake, so it's a little new for being up here.
Hold your mouth. People are yelling online that couldn't hear you. Keep talking.
Hold it close.
Hold it close. Never held a mic in my hand before.
First of many.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I like the simple. The river kayak, yeah?
Yeah, it's river. I mean, I've gotten into fishing Lake Anna. Like I said, it's only about 12 minutes from the house. So I'm able to do a little bit more of the lake fishing and some of the smaller reservoirs. But we ended up starting fishing out on the Pamunkey, the Chickahominy, and everything down there. And it was smaller rivers. So, I mean, at least where we were at, it was only about 15, 20 feet across. So it wasn't like anything big. But we were able to toss it in the back of a boat real quick, or back of a truck real quick, carry it upriver, and hop out, fish on the way down, and then load it into another one to go back home.
And I love the wheels.
Good question now.
Yes.
You name her.
No.
See, guys, you gotta name your boat.
ain't got a name yet.
My boat, I have a deck boat. It's named Wake Juice. It's orange.
I'll call it Peaches. We'll go with Peaches. There we go.
You want to talk about your rig?
Thank you.
All right, this is me.
All right, moving on.
All right, we've got Joe here.
Oh, he's got a Torpedo.
Tell us about your rig.
Okay, so hey, this boat needs to be put out there because it's caught so many fish. It's not pretty. It's got scratches all up and down it from pilings that we're fishing saltwater. It's got blood all in it from big fish. I mean, this boat is not the prettiest, but it's your winner.
What are you, river, big water?
I'm big water. Big water.
Tell them about the saltwater fishing that this thing can do.
So in the saltwater, this thing has, I've had it out in some pretty treacherous wakes and waves and some bad chop, and it's pretty safe. I've never flipped in it. I felt like I could a couple times, and it seems like it won't. But that's kind of one of the things that Hobie did with the PA. It's got like two big catamaran bubbles in the bottom, so it doesn't flip. But yeah, it'll bring in some big fish. So
what size Torpedo?
My Torpedo's an 1103. It's the biggest one they make. It'll get up there in speed if I'm not weighted down with a bunch of gear, especially on glass water. I can get to probably 6 miles per hour.
Wow.
And again, guys, follow him, VKAE. We just did a podcast episode with him, episode 100. Go check him out and check out the Instagram.
Yes.
All righty.
Is that marine mat or sea?
That is marine mat.
Yeah, I like marine mat.
Yeah.
See, I put that on my boat. Oh, sorry. But I have a deck boat. I have a play boat. I don't have.
Oh,
fish.
for sure, yeah.
And we're going to keep the good times going now.
We got Nate here with us.
Moving
Tell us
on.
about your boat, Nate.
I've got a 2019 Hobie Outback, and it's a good all-around boat. Kind of manages the rivers, the lakes pretty well. A couple modifications I've done here. You've got your standard Mirage drive, but Hobie cassette fits in the drive well. When you're sneaking up on some bedding fish or in the real shallows, it's a little loud. So what I've done is I've taken some closed cell foam and just custom fit that in there. So I don't have that noise coming in and going. I've got two setups back here for my rod storage. When I'm running the Shenandoah and the other rivers where you're constantly getting under trees or something, I run this PV setup so I can actually roll it up and down. Keeps me under trees. I'm not breaking rods off.
Really smart.
Do you DIY or are you
I don't know.
river? Both. Okay.
So you can sling it up here, but if you need to put it down real quick, just rotate it. And then for the big open water, I'll just throw the black pack back in there. So, and then the other thing is for my the anchor system, it's a little bit different than maybe you've seen on some of the other ones. I've set up a quick release. Up here. So if you're hung up in current, because you don't want to be anchored up too much in current.
Yeah.
So you see a lot of bow anchors, which makes sense. But I've also got a quick release right here. So if I pull that, the whole system goes, and I can come back on the float if I need to later to recover it.
That's a really cool idea. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll see several of those. It's so much cheaper.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea with the weight. I also like that rod holder is brilliant because I pretty much only float rivers. I do a little bit of lakes, and that's the one problem I have with having multiple fishing rods is exactly that. And that's a cheaper way to do it.
And it's so simple. You can custom. I've actually got another 2-rod attachment point. I can actually take these ends off, put another 2 rods on there, run 6 if I want to. But typically when I'm floating the river, I don't take more than 4 rods.
That's a really great idea. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Again, guys, thanks again. Please comment down below. Let us know who you think needs to win this thing. Take it right there. There you go.
Our only inflatable kayak.
All right. Peter, why should yours win?
Because it's the only inflatable kayak.
There you have it, guys. Enough
This
said.
is the most unique boat on display today. It will float in less than 3 inches of water. So I'm a river guy. So if I'm chasing smallmouth in June or July, a lot of places other guys are getting out to walk and drag. I'm floating or sliding over the top of it. It weighs 31 pounds with just the seat in it. So it doesn't need a trailer. It doesn't need an army to load and unload. And it's been a lot of fun to rig up. The railings are do-it-yourself, custom done. Looked at some of Jeff Little's videos online to get an idea of.
Yeah, and he really also got me on it. He sold me on it, actually. We went to ICAST and we talked to him a lot about just the benefits of an inflatable for river fishing.
And, I mean, I fished out of a pontoon. People fish out of whitewater rafts all the time. You never think about puncturing those. I don't know why people worry about getting a hole in an inflatable kayak because it's just not going to happen. You bounce off the rocks because there's a little bit of give in the plastic, so you're not going to puncture something unless you overinflate it.
Do you like the Anchor Wizard?
Ask me after I've used it. That's a new one. I like the idea of it. Testing has worked really well. I didn't use their tube up front because I happen to have an
really
old canoe mount just laying around the house that I'd had for 20 years because I saved it until the day I would need it.
I like how you have this gimbal mount right here. Is that for your phone?
That is for the phone, and the idea is I can do video, and then I can also twist and turn down to take pictures.
That's really cool.
The depth finder is just temporary. Most river trips, I probably won't need it. And eventually this is going to get a torpedo on the back.
Well, that thing's going to be humming then.
But it's designed for low water summer smallmouth trip and snakeheads up on the tidal flats in the lily pads.
Ooh. Where,
you don't want to get stuck in the mud when the tide goes out.
And then how stable is it to fish out of?
You could flip it. You could flip it, but you'd have to try it and bounce. You're going to slide off the seat, and the boat's going to land back right side up before you flip it over, unless you deliberately try to flip it, because it's 38 inches wide.
Okay.
So, me at my weight, I probably can't stand on an edge, but most guys, could probably stand on one of the side pontoons, and it'll float with both of the side pontoons deflated.
That's so cool.
It's basically a stand-up paddleboard with 2 pontoons on either side.
Peter, thank you so much for bringing this. I really appreciate it. Let me give you a whole handshake there.
All right.
Any shout outs you want to do? Anything else like that?
No, I'm pretty simple with what I do. I don't brag about my fishing online that much, and hopefully there'll be more of it this year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, and we are moving on. Jared, here you go. What do you got? We got Joel.
We got Joel here.
All right, we got Joel. He's got a pimped out rig. Don't know if he owns a house, but he's got this sweet thing. This thing is beautiful. Good Lord. Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah,
how does this work? So,
Find the right one.
Yeah. He's got marriage advice too, guys. Why should this one win?
Why should it win?
You've had about 10 kayaks to prep for this one question.
I missed the question. So, I won't say it speaks for itself. That would be.
It actually does.
Yeah,
actually.
It's rigged to fish.
How about
I've had some time to get it where I want, and I just recently added another upgraded another graph to have those two network together.
Well, how about we do this? Let's go from front to back and just walk us through it for everyone that's listening.
All right. So front, you got your lights. So it's on a custom trailer I bought. It's a right-on trailer. Kind of spent a few $100 getting it right to get it bunked up.
Custom. Okay.
They're like $800 trailers, and I'm not a big fan of the metal, and so I put covered bunks on there with carpet. It's got yak power lights for nav. Inside here, there's a big bucket. Actually got a mounting plate.
So there's a mounting plate right in here?
Up against the mast hole there.
Okay.
And so that's got my live scope, and then I actually have it on a yak power switch. There's a Bluetooth remote that controls everything.
Oh, wow.
To turn it off and on. This is a 9-inch GPS map that I just got. It's connected to GT56 transducer, and it's running directly to my battery box. It's not on the switch. And then this is a GPS map 1022 that's run to LBS 32 live scope, and it's running on a 48 amp hour lithium battery. And then I have a 10 amp hour battery in this box here that it's all plugged to SAE plugs, and it powers everything. So
that
this
is smart.
Run directly to that and the GoPros, and that GoPro there, and more or less that way I don't have to change batteries out. I don't have to worry about overheating.
Is that why you decided to make the battery pack completely mobile versus I've seen some people online that they have it stationary either there or back there?
Yeah, it comes off the kayak when I transport it, so that way it goes into the truck, it goes in the house. I have all my chargers in the same area. When I travel and go to events, they all come with me. Just get a utility strip, plug it all up, and they're all plugged. I don't have to open. I never open this. This is like the third time I've ever opened this box.
Oh, wow.
I don't have to. They all plug into the sides here. Those wires, the way Hobie works is all the wiring is clean because they have 3-way ports everywhere. So there's a 3-way port under there. There's a 3-way port under here. My transducer, the way they have it rigged, it comes in. It's actually underneath, and this right here is the transducer. So it's actually up inside the cavity of the kayak right now, and then you let this go, and it drops it down, so your side imaging will work.
That's pretty cool.
Same applies for like your rudder.
And then I apologize. You probably already said this, but did you rig this completely yourself, or did you get some help, or did you go somewhere as well?
So this is all me. I mean, there's
all
nothing on here that's like majorly complicated. I mean, I ran my own lines. Trey, who you guys may have talked to, it's got a lot of great videos. Jeff Little and content. So this is all just extra add-on stuff you can add. You just drill the holes, you run the line, it goes out to the back for your steering. So this is all foot control. If you look at the back there,
wow.
where you can be completely hands-free and not have to actually touch.
That's
so this is
cool.
a 360 drive that you can control it this way. You're using your pedal drive, which is how all the PA14 360s are. But
You want to make sure you get a look at the Torpedo in the box too.
Yep. So
I was talking to the camera, our camera lady.
So moving, I mean, this is a huge thing it's big for me. This just holds like leader line, suntan lotion, bug spray, extra baits that I haven't taken out of the box yet that I buy too many of, and they stay in there. Live scope arm, I think that's Fishing Specialties.
You want to come over here and take a look at this?
Here,
This is a huge thing that I've had comments online about how you actually rig a live scope setup. If you could you talk a little bit more about that arm?
No, yeah. So this is Fishing Specialties.
Yep, go for it.
So this here, I normally run it like this actually, but it's just easier. So that way it stays locked in. But a lot of people run them out here. Most people keep these like drilled down; they're tight to it. But this allows me to move each way here. I'll take one back from you. But it allows you to move here, and then I use the 360 drive actually. So the way I have this rigged, and this is in demo mode, is I'll mark a waypoint on side scan. I'll turn back around, come back to it, and then I'll have my map. And side image here, so that way my cone that's on my live scope, and my live scope's not on so you can't see it, I can see my cone on my map where it's at. I'm creeping up over it, and then I can stay on top of it. If the wind's blowing, then I'm using the 360 drive or this pivot arm here to stay on top of that brush pile or stay on top of that piece of cover that I'm trying to fish. And so that's how I use. This is typically live scope. This is typically like a split screen here, unless I'm moving from spot to spot. And then this just comes up easy. When I transport it, it goes underneath that bungee cord. When I'm going from spot to spot, it just sits here in this cradle here.
Dude, that's really cool.
And it stays put. The net will also sometimes be there. I know I kind of skipped over that. This is a manufactured hockey stick.
That's
so
awesome.
This company called Broken Twig, not sponsored, but he actually takes hockey sticks and makes them completely out of broken hockey sticks that are recycled. Uses a hockey puck. They're awesome. They're light.
I am buying one of these.
All different sizes. He's based
really
out of
cool.
Michigan. You guys, I'm pretty sure he's looking for dealers. So
Yeah, absolutely.
New Yak Attack mounts that they just released, and you guys got those in the shop. They're great. I swing my boom out wide, so I get a wide view, and then I run a small camera on the front. That helps get like screen stills and different things like that. To, especially if like one goes off or one doesn't. If ever, you always have a kind of a backup camera, because I just worry I'm gonna miss a PB one day and not have it on film, and no one will believe me. Or on my catch board here, this is the 16 by 16 box. I've been running it mostly empty. It's not empty right now. It's got a lot of junk in it. But I have at least 4 3600s and 4 3700s in there, and a bunch of other stuff. Lure retriever, scale, extra hooks. I can carry 10 rods on the box. You can probably fit 12 if you really wanted to squeeze them in. I typically only carry 8 to 10 when I'm out fishing. And then Torpedo battery. This is the 1103 AC. It's got Innovative Sportsman. You have to use an adapter on the Hobies to get 4-bolt pattern on the back of this. And then this is just a stock 1103 with Innovative rock guard. So that more or less on the river or something along that line protects the prop from running over and more or less blowing up your prop. And then he also has a weed blaster here that if you're going through heavy grass, it basically is moving the excess grass onto that blade and keeping your prop clean. So yeah, it's
If you were to sell this today, what would this sticker price be on everything as it is?
If I was to sell it, or would I
If
give
you were
you
to
a sticker price? Because there's a
sticker price.
12 to 15.
Wow,
I think
good.
the kayak's about 6, and if you count all the batteries and everything, I think I have like a $18,000 insurance.
But it's like we were saying before, it's kind of an evolution of it. It didn't start this way. It just it
yeah.
evolves over time.
Yep.
So
I had the motor on a different kayak before.
Gotcha.
The graphs
Cool.
are newer, but I've had different ones.
Yep.
A lot of the kayak stuff, Hobie's a little different with the H-rail, but a lot of that's the one great thing about some of the Yak Attack products is that they all work with all kayaks.
Right.
Basically. So you have T-track, they work on your boat. They can do different things. And so when you can connect that stuff, you pick things up. I have a river set up too that I'll pick up a lot of these things that are Yak Attack and move them to that boat.
Gotcha.
I'll take this motor off and put it on that boat and have that rigged too.
Yep.
So that way I don't have to have 2 of them.
Right, that's smart.
It's been great. So
very informative. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming.
GI1 Jam right there. It's just easiest.
My man Brady right here. Brady, tell us about your rig. Why should this win the youth division?
It's a Pelican Getaway. I think it's cool because it's like it's kind of like a hybrid between a paddleboard and a kayak. And since it's kind of like a paddleboard, I can stand out all the way to the tip right here. It has a Mirage drive. I have a black pack in the back.
Is this bunk board long enough for the fish that you catch?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, does your brother really tow you around? Does your brother really tow you?
No.
No, he was just kidding.
He's staying alone.
All right.
Any other features? Anything else?
I want to talk about my fish finder. The transducer doesn't like come out from the middle. It actually is on the side, and I can put it up if I need to also. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Hope you win, man. Good luck. And the brother here, Riley. Brother Riley, tell us why your boat should win the youth division, Riley. What you got here? Tell us a little bit about it.
All right, this is an Old Town Sportsman 106 Minn Kota. It's I got a motor in the center hatch here, and it goes down flush with the kayak, so I have all this deck space. And batteries right here underneath the seat. It just plugs in underneath there. The throttle's right there too, so it just push it forward and I go. Steer with the pedals right here, which controls the rudder in the back over here. And I have my fish finder battery over here. Fish finder battery here in the front. Yak Power is my Humminbird Helix 5.
Tell us about your anchor system over here.
And I'm running an Anchor Wizard anchor system. So pretty much the anchor clips on here. And I roll it out and it just goes down to the bottom. And then when I'm done, reel it right back up. And I'm good to go.
I like that motor. Who makes that motor?
That's a Minn Kota.
Good stuff. Thank you, sir. Looking good, man.
Is that a bull shad?
Matt Chapman. We'll go here to Lee Wells. We got Mr. Matt Chapman here, Shenandoah River specialist. Matt likes to work out, so he's going to get the curls in between fish catches.
Yeah, it shows.
Shenandoah specialist here. What you got here, Matt?
I have a Watering Systems Attack 120. Boat's about 5 or 6 years old now, so but they still make the boat. Boats are still in production, so.
Matt spends a lot of time on the Shenandoah River. Always like seeing his pictures. Local river here for us here in Winchester.
Yeah.
Is that an addition coupler or is that just...
That's just my spare leaders and stuff that I keep, just so it's easy access instead of, normally I keep them tucked in here. The Yak Attack Black Pack that holds an insane amount of tackle. So I have 5 3700s and 3 3600s. I could fit another 37 or 3600 in there. Capacity for 10 rods. Torpedo 1103 motor. Have a Humminbird Helix 7 fish finder, side imaging, extra storage up here for plastics.
Nice and simple.
It's the way I like it. Easy, stuff out of your way. It's not overly done, but it flips up. You have Play-Doh wraps of
all the secrets,
baits, and I can actually fit 3 of those in
That's
there.
a good system. Where'd you get these? We need to get these, Jenny.
Play-Doh.
I like that.
The
Plano. Okay.
I can actually fit 3 because they're actually made to roll up.
I like it. It's very compact.
But if you
It's
fold
good for
them in half,
non-boaters too, like kayaks and non-boaters.
you can get like probably 8 packs in each pocket. Like I said, I can carry 3. But the other thing is too, having the motor on the other end, it's also my counterbalance weight to level the boat out.
Gotcha.
So you're not plowing through the water.
Yep.
But
Thank you, sir. We always appreciate you.
you're welcome. Thank you all for having us.
Keep catching them.
Gonna try
Where are you
to.
going next?
I'll be at Lake Ed April 8th.
All right. We'll look for the big fish pictures. Man, Hunter Griffin right here. He's got many nicknames. Marsupial. They go on and on, but we're not going to talk about that.
Way too many.
Tell us about your boat here, Hunter. Why should you win? Some cool DIY features here. Tell us what you got.
This is an Ascend FS 128T. It's very minimal. Just building it on a budget. Just try to keep it all simple. No motor, little graph, homemade rod holders. Just try to keep it light so I can
That's
throw it
good.
in the bed of my truck and go wherever.
You just recently picked this boat up.
Yeah, I've had it for like 6-ish. No, not even 6 months. It hadn't been too long. 4 or 5 months. So far, it's done pretty good. Real stable.
Where you fit? What waters are you fishing it on?
Mainly, I fish the Cape River. Hopefully, I'll start fishing Shenandoah some more.
Okay.
Every now and then, maybe Lake Frederick. It all depends on if I feel like going all the way down there.
What do we have right here?
So that is the Yak Power system. It's from the factory. It allows me to obviously have power. It has 3 plugs, one in the bow, one in the middle, one in the stern. And then there's also, you can hook more into it inside the hull of the kayak itself. So in the future, if I do get a trolling motor, I can run it off of it. Or if I get a bigger graph, you can run good bit of stuff off of it.
And that's good. That's what we've talked about. You don't have to start big. You're seeing a lot of these. You start, and there's nothing wrong with staying minimal either. There's something to be said about that. But if you want to add to it, there's a lot of options out there that you can.
Plenty of space to add on
Yes,
to.
correct.
Add more accessories.
Seems pretty stable too. You probably stand up on it and
Yeah, I
pretty
can
good
stand up
stability.
in it. I can walk all the way to the front,
Good.
not even dunk it.
Cool.
It's pretty nice.
That's awesome. Where's your lunchbox?
I don't have
They
one.
pick on me. I like to eat.
Well,
Hunter, thank you, buddy. Good
Thank
luck. All right. We got Victor. Victor, nice ride here. Go ahead and tell us about it. Why should you win?
Why should I win?
Why should you win? But more importantly, just tell us about your kayak.
I don't know if I should win, but the first thing I did with this whole EPA 14 was put on the foam rubber, make it nice and quiet.
Okay.
I love the color. I mean, it just changed the whole look and how I love the kayak. It just works out for me. I try to keep the front of my deck clean. I don't put my graphs way up forward, because if I'm skipping or something, I'll grab the net or whatever. If I want to skip way up under a dock or something like that, the front end's got to be clean. I keep a board up on the side. These are always in the middle. So right now they got to be there because it's on a trailer. I run low rants up close, like I said, on the Yak Attack mounts. I have a Bluetooth remote for more buttons for
nice
marking waypoints, like if I want fish or trees, or I could turn sonar on and off, which is important when you're using live, right? Because if you have live running and your sonar is running at the same time, you'll get a little interference or whatever. So I put macro buttons on my remote to turn those on and off
Great
real quick.
idea.
My electronics, all my electronics, batteries under my seat. It's a custom battery. I make my batteries myself. As you've seen on the last 360s, we have our rudder controls and our 360 controls here. Keep a little cooler here, cup holder. Camera, not very photogenic, but I use a 360 camera sometimes to learn what I'm doing wrong. I go back and see,
That's good.
if I hook set
Great
something the
advice.
wrong way, or if I do something right, or I get a big fish, or my buddies, when we fish close together, they love it because they catch big fish close to me, and doesn't matter which way I'm pointing,
Right.
and get caught on video for them, right?
That's a great
So I got
idea.
a couple of Mike's great catches. He caught citation on there on time. Love the backpack, the new backpack, the 16x16. I usually carry 10 rods on a kayak, so there's 8 there and 2 in the built-in. I missed my point 1, which is the magnetometer
Okay.
for the low rant. So if
Yep.
you make mark a waypoint, you want to know which way it is without having to move around on the screen. It'll point and show you exactly where you're at. This is my trolling motor battery. This is a 24 volt, 50 amp battery. It's homemade, which I use a Newport vessel trolling motor. I love this thing. I've had it since the very first ones came out about 1.5 years ago, 2 years now, on a new canoe mount. I use a new canoe mount instead of
That's
the
cool.
instead of the Torpedo mount, because
Yeah.
Torpedo mount's that big giant aluminum piece.
It's pretty simple there. it
Same
looks
kind
like.
of thing. Yep. Just pull the pin out, and that's it. After I pull my connections, come back around. What else we got? Trailer's homemade. I built the trailer.
Wow. No way.
Yep. I built the trailer.
That's
of course, I bought
awesome.
the axles, and I didn't mill out the aluminum, but I did build the trailer. Yep. Yeah. Everybody's like, "Hey, is that a jet ski trailer?" No, I built that in the garage. Yep. Here's my throttle control. I keep close and down out of the way. My stake pole, the buttons are right here for that, for up and down. Try to keep it close, but again, nothing on the front, so I don't make a mess, or I can stand up and fish. This is my live sight mount. It's basically a ball. That's a trolling motor bracket. Some more 3D printed stuff, 3D printed handles.
Handmade trailer. That's awesome.
Handmade trailer, yep, built in the garage. Big water for this setup, yep. I run an ATAC on the river. It's funny, I'm better in the river than I am the water, but on the big water. But I love this kayak. It's been awesome.
You've done a nice job with it.
Thank you.
It shows well.
Appreciate it.
Victor, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you coming. We're down to 3. Let's catch Lee over here, and we'll come here, and we're gonna get you next. Last. Let's go. We're gonna go with you. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3. Lee, tell us about your ride here. Like his
Well,
license plate, Virginia Fly
Thank you.
Fish.
Fly fish, Virginia. Yeah. I'm a big fly fisherman.
Good.
I've always been a big fly fisherman, as you've probably known. I started out with an Old Town topwater paddle version, and everything pretty much is DIY. I put on a Minn Kota 45 trolling motor on here, have it wired up for pedal steering. I have a lift cord that lifts it up when you need to move it out. And then of course I got cords to pull it to tilt. It's run by a lithium battery back here, 88 amp hour from G-Line, which I hooked up, and it's got a 50 amp breaker on it. That's inside right here on the side.
Gotcha.
And because the MK45 has its own PWM inside it, I decided to keep the motor head, and I mounted it to the side. I took out a rod holder that was here, made my own plate, and I have a universal joint, so I can pull this straight off and put it in my truck. I don't have to worry about it getting stolen.
That's a neat
Same
design.
thing with reaming that out. Come up to of course, I did my own DIY box here. Can hold my 8 rods if I need to. Holds my tackle boxes and everything, and that's just bungeed in with some bungee cords. And just PVC that I melted down and used a wine bottle to spread them out. That's the easy way to do it.
There you go.
Of course, my seat, kayak cushion.
Okay.
Definitely got to have when you're on long waters. PFD like normal. Come over here. My wiring, you can see the lights on here. They're controlled by Yak Power. I have the switch, Yak Power switch over here on the side, which I installed, which controls my bow lights and my mid deck, which are the 2 blue ones in the front and the back. So I have lighting at night or early evening, or, when you're out past sundown. And then, of course, I got my bow lights, red and green. They're run by Yak Power, too.
Now, when you're slinging the fly rod around, are you seated or you standing?
A lot of times I do both.
Okay.
And the reason I chose the Old Town topwater is because it's stability.
Okay.
It is one of the better stable kayaks for standing up. And I can stand up and fly fish, or I can sit down and fly fish. The biggest thing is learning how to tend to your fly line.
Right.
As you stripping it out and you got all that loose fly line out, do you put it on deck? As you notice, my deck is pretty clean on the front. I don't have a lot of stuff to get hung up on. Most of the time I strip my line off the side of my kayak. As he was saying earlier about the dominant side of your kayak, well, the same thing is with fly rod. On my dominant hand, I'm tossing. So my non-dominant hand, I'm throwing that fly line out. I can easily manage that off to the side of my kayak. Then, of course, all my power for the front and the lights is run into this one power box that I made myself. And it's run on a Amped Outdoors 15 amp hour lithium battery, which through the club got a nice sweet deal on that.
And I don't know if you purchased it, but this guy won on the river last year and brought the prize home.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And actually, I didn't. Hold on a second, because I got a picture right here of that kayak. Hold on. Right there it is. That was the kayak that I won the river tournament, trail stop number 3 for NVKBA on the North Fork of the Shenandoah.
That was awesome.
In that kayak, and I broke my paddle. Yeah.
That was a fantastic story, by the way.
Right there. So that was pretty exciting. So, yeah, I've pretty much done all that, and then come over here on this side, which a lot of people have asked me here today about this, is for my net. How do I hold my net? Because I got the Yak Attack net, and it flips out. It's easy to reach from behind to put that in. And so I made a mount out of PVC right there. So all I got to do is sit in my kayak just like this. I get a fish. There we go.
That is really cool.
Now, is that a great idea? So who's going to help me? Who's going to help me get this thing registered and make this an item we can sell?
Lee, this is a cool job.
I have the Rogue Fishing Company, Rogue Company assist straps and tethers for my board. You can see a catch board is run up here on the side, so it's easy to get to. This is tethered in because the net doesn't float. And all my fish grips are all tethered in here. My fly boxes are usually down underneath my seat. And those are homemade too, but I forgot it on my dining room table this morning. Yeah, lunch is under there.
Dude, this is a sick kayak.
But and then of course I have cameras. I didn't go with the GoPro. I went with the cameras and juice box there. So that's pretty much it.
Dude, well, thank you so much for bringing it out. This is an absolutely pimped out kayak.
Great job on that, Lee. We got 2 to go here.
All right, Mike.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, sir. So what do you got here?
Just a Old Town Sportsman 120. Nothing really too crazy about it. Just some Yak Attack, Black Pack Pro, Extra Tracks, Lowrance 7X HDI on it, so I can see a little bit better. Everybody's liking my Mariner Sails arms to keep everything out of the way. Primarily, we're just floating down the Shenandoah, just catching what bites, and don't really need too much, just storage for baits and accessibility.
Well, I do love this rod holder setup you have, because that's the biggest thing when you go straight up and you're in the Shenandoah, you're in a river, so many overhangs, and you're afraid you're going to lose, $300 worth of tackle.
I have made my donations to the Shenandoah River and to the James River. So usually when I go out now, go out with a little bit of, I don't want to say cheaper setups, rods and reels, but if I lose a $50 rod and setup, then I'll just go get another one.
Awesome.
But no, nothing too crazy. It floats, it goes from point A to point B, and the most important thing in the boat is me.
That's awesome.
So,
Mike, again, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming out here with this. That's awesome. All righty. We got one more right here. All right, cool. We got one more, Mike. Who wants to talk? Who wants to talk about it?
I mean, yeah, this guy can talk about it. He knows more about this thing. I mean, anytime we're doing any rigging, me, Victor, or Joel are talking to each other on the phone. I will say that honestly. There's always a question or something we're posing to each other. So this is my 2021 Hobie PA 14360. I got this last year in September. I upgraded from a Feel Free Dorado. Moved to the Hobie just because of the universal great pedal drive system, their fins, and then the ability to use whatever motor I wanted. So on my Feel Free, I had a overdrive system with the motor drive, so it was something that popped through the pedals, whereas this I'm running the Newport NK180 with.
Oh, wow.
So that I get about 4.8. When I pedal with it, I can get about 5.2 to 5.3 with it. So I can move. Shout out plug to Innovative Sportsman. This is their triple threat mount. So I can run 2 power poles on the back and the motor mount at the same time.
So why'd you go with this kind of case?
So this is a custom setup for myself. Let's see if I can get it open without breaking anything. So I set this up just to make it easier for myself. I have one 24 volt, 50 amp hour amped outdoors battery, and then I have 2 16.8 volt, 32 amp hour batteries that are running parallel. So it's 64 amp hours. And then these are connected to an FPV distribution hub up underneath the front that I can then remote control all of my lights, my fish finder, my live scope. I can get everything just from sitting in my seat. I can control them. So,
and this is the other big thing, guys, that I really like about the Hobie setup. You do see this on some other types, but having your graph center mounted, I get a little claustrophobic when you see these guys with $3,000 hanging off the side of the boat there, and it just doesn't, in personal opinion, feel as safe as when you can bolt it dead center of your kayak.
There's 2 different trains of thought to that. With this, I like to get up and move and turn my transducer off underneath the boat and run just the live scope transducer at once, and then switch back to the other one. So what I do is I'll reach up, change it, and then switch back. And so some people don't like to have to reach up, so they put it on the side. But I like this. It keeps it in my view, so I'm not having to like look all over the place or look down on my side. I can just keep my head straight forward and look at it. Run the Yak lights lighting system. So I have the navigational light. So I even have a light underneath my motor back here that I ran all the way down. So it gives it a nice little illumination at night when we're getting ready to launch. So I can see, when I get ready to put my motor down, if there's anything down in the way.
Oh, that's smart. I like that.
But yeah, I mean, great setup. All Yak Attack accessories. My live scope mounts a fishfinder.com mount, or fishfindermounts.com. So that's an upgrade recently. But
Also, guys, this is really cool. I like where he put his flag too. That's a neat little place to put it right there. Way to use just be able to use your space as efficiently as possible.
Yep.
And this is a badass mount for your live scope.
yeah, so like I said, fishfindermounts.com, all metal. You can go full speed with it and not have to worry about it rotating up like a ram ball mount or anything like that. So that was my reason to switch to that.
Dude, that's a pretty badass thing.
But yeah, so
Mike, again, thank you so much for coming out today. That's a pimped out thing.
Yeah.
Guys, again, please let us know down in the comments section. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh.
Mike.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But guys, please like and subscribe to the channel. It would really help that. Please comment down below who you think is going to win today. We'll be back soon with the winners. Stay tuned. All right. And we are off. Perfect. Thanks, sir. I appreciate it. All right. All right. Why don't we, you guys want to go in a back room somewhere?
We can go over here
And talk about it?
Yeah, it was weird to discuss it.
I got to turn off the live stream.
Okay, yeah, you go turn off that. And then,
Tell you what we can do too. We pick these for let's let him pick the best
Okay.
river and big one. That way.
like I said, I like him. I like it. Simple and effective.
on my property. You didn't win in my yard.
Wait.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
You're listening.
It's amazing. I love it.
All righty, everybody. We are going to be giving the awards back. We have 5 categories to choose from. You have the best river, the best overall setup, the youth division, the best big water setup, best in show. So we're going to be here right now with Jared. He's going to be giving the results to this right now.
Okay, so we again want to thank everybody for coming out. Those that brought your kayaks, your rigs. I know some of you came quite a distance, and we can't thank you enough for making this first annual, kicking it off and doing it right and build it up. I know originally we first talked about it, so if we get 2 or 3, we'd be happy with that. But I think we ended up with 18 or 19. Thank you to all those that presented. You guys did a great job. Again, thank you. And then Fishing the DMV, go back and watch them on there. And so we've said too, don't be afraid. Give us feedback before you leave. Email us, contact us on things that we can do to improve. We're going to try to do it again next year. Talk to Mike. We want to go ahead and try to nail it down, put it on the calendar for next year and make it an annual thing, maybe make it bigger and better. So again, hope you learned something today. I'm going to start with those kind of honorable mentions. Everybody will go away with something. So when I call your name, come on up and we'll say the top 5 for the last one. So let's bring up Joe Machete. Where's Joe? Come on up, Joe. And check these guys out too. They're doing a lot of great things in their club. Thank you. John Molnar. Lee Wells. Lee, honorable mention, man. We had to flip a coin for you and another one. Seriously, we flipped a coin because we were back and forth on that. Matt Scott. Come on up, Matt. Matt, you're another one. You like the simplicity of your rig. Nate, come on up. Thank you, Nate. Manuel Rodriguez. Riley Ortega. Mike Murray. Good job, Riley. You guys haven't seen Riley fish. He's a stick. Good young stick. I wouldn't want to compete against him. Mike. Mike is a Hogue.
It's supposed to be Hogan.
Hogan. Hunter Griffin. Josh Evans. Matt Chapman. And then Mike gets one too. Did we leave anybody out? We got 5 more, and then if you entered, didn't receive something, please come see me. She didn't bring her boat with her. All right, here we go. You're going to get these 5. You're going to get a choice. You'll get a grab bag. You'll get a choice of one of these Yak Attack deals here, and you're going to also get a little plaque for these 5 that were voted on. Best Big Water. Victor, come on down.
I like your mom. That's very close. Take a picture. Oh. All right, there you go. Thank you.
Best River, going to go to Peter. That's inflatable. It's not easy to pick either. I don't like being a judge. They're all amazing rigs. The DIY under $1,000 rig, Tyler Simmons. Come on down, buddy. Did a great job there. Really impressed. If you didn't see his homemade power pole, it's legit. Did a great job. You, Brady, come on down, bud. Hi, boy. Getting it done. Congratulations. Good job. And best in show is going to go to Joel. Come on down, Joel. First time, good. It's always second. All right, you're good. First time for everything. Anything else?
Thanks, Josh. Oh, so yeah, thanks again for coming out. As you can see, we're now an authorized Yak Attack rep. So the thing about this is I know nothing about this stuff. So I definitely need to lean on you guys. If you see something that you think we should carry, let me know. Like we'll try to get it in. I can definitely special order if it's like a once in a lifetime thing that nobody else wants. But we can bring that stuff in. And as you see, we're a Torpedo rep. You can also special order your Garmins, your Minn Kotas, your Lowrance. I can check it in. And if it's in the closest warehouse for me, I can get it next day. So definitely let me know if that's something you guys want to look into. We'll do a special order for you and get that in the store. Oh, we also have an online store. I know some of you guys come from quite a distance, and we've been slowly working on adding that. I definitely have all our Megabass on there, the Japanese Kayak, Duo, Labina, all the higher end stuff on there. So check it out. And again, if it's something you know I have and you want it, give me a call. I can pop it up there real quick and you can go ahead and order it and we'll ship it out to you. We do have one customer, he calls me regularly and says, can you mail this? And I just do it over the phone. So definitely give us a shout out if you're looking for something and we can help you out. Because we very much appreciate your support.
We may also get rosters from Mike for the club because you guys do a lot to help us. I know we want to support you and help you any way we can. And we want to go give back too. So she has ways too online to be able to put like 10%, 15%, whatever discounts or whatever like that. So we'll get your roster and get that plugged in and give you some deals too. So again, thank you all for coming out. We appreciate you and have a good rest of the weekend. Thank you. And again, if you didn't get something and you entered, please come see me.
Mike. Guys, thanks again for hanging out with us all day. It's been a lot of fun, especially when I unmute my mic. It helps a lot. So I don't just talk like a crazy person and stare at my face. This was a lot of fun, and we're going to be doing this next year as well. And I want to shout out to my neighbor, Bradley. He is big into doing truck shows. He customizes used trucks, repaints them, details them, everything. It's not a lift kit. What's the opposite of a lift kit? A drop kit? A down kit? A leveling kit. Yeah, he makes the truck lower to the ground, so it's like touching. But he did a bunch of truck and car shows, and he really embedded this idea of like, what if we just took and instead of brand new kayaks off the assembly line, like you see it like expos and stuff, bring your pimped out stuff. Bring a pimped out kayak you put work into. And I think it was a lot of fun, and hopefully people really enjoyed this concept that we did. Mark Burrs, fantastic setup. Thank you guys so much. And I really hope that the audio equipment was good. Again, I take pride. I do the best I can to make sure the audio is as good as possible and we have a good cinematic approach to everything. If something is not good or if it could get better, please let me know so I can try to make it better. I want to continue to make the audio as good as possible, especially for the podcast. I know a couple of people online have said like the audio has been kind of sketchy online. Let me know the episodes and I'll do my best to adjust it. One issue with that is YouTube. YouTube puts commercials in the podcast. I do not. And YouTube's commercials for some reason blare at decibel levels that make no freaking sense. So I don't know why they do that, but I will do my best to kind of fix that as well. Hopefully we'll get to a point that I can just tell them that I don't want to be monetized and I don't need to deal with all that ad stuff. Hopefully that day will come. Off that bandwagon, we are going to be trying to do this again in the future. If you guys thought this was fun and this is something you want to see us to get bigger and better with better prizes, let me know in the comment section below. Please let Jenny at Jake's Bait and Tackle know. Let Jerry at Jake's Bait and Tackle know. Let Chris of what's your spinnerbait company name? CT Custom Spinnerbaits. Let them all know if you enjoyed this concept, and we're going to bring it back bigger and better next year. I also really want to do pimped out aluminum boats, jet boats, prop boats, electric boats, doesn't matter. I would, or a John boat. Yeah. Aluminum. So not fiberglass. or if you want to do a fiberglass category too. The point is, this is not like to be the brand new boats off the factory line that you see at a car dealership or a boat expo. It's something you own. It could be used, I don't care, but you put some sweat into it, you put some love into it, and you customize it and make it your own. That's what I want to see, because that's what's just so much fun is everyone brings up their stuff, have a cold beer, eat some barbecue, and just relax and have fun with this. Another huge shout out is to Northern Virginia Kayak Association. Mike, you do a wonderful job. Thank you so much for helping organize this thing. It was absolutely amazing. A huge shout out to NVK, the Northern Virginia Elite Anglers Association. I know I'm butchering that, and I'm sorry. I don't have that in my notes right here. I just want to make sure I gave you guys a shout out too. And then the next thing we want to talk about is the Bassmaster Classic. That's going on right now. And Chris and I are sitting here watching some of the stats about that. And it looks like John Cox has actually bumped up into second place unofficially, which is fantastic. But, you know, Gustafson is still in first place with 34 pounds. But John just jumped into second place, which is pretty interesting going into the next day. And actually, Chris, I got this cool ability right here. Boom. You're in. You're live.
Mike.
Yeah,
Cool.
you're hot. Try talking into it.
Hello.
Yep, it works. Perfect. So
I'll move a little closer.
Yep. So the next thing I'm going to ask you is, who do you think is going to win the Classic?
I don't know. Gustafson, he's been pretty strong the last 2 days, but I think my pick's going to be for Brian Schmidt. He was here last year, and I think he's kind of the underrated guy that I think he's going to be the one to pull it off and sneak one on Gussie.
I think Gus is going to be he's going to be a hard beat. He really, really is. But again, I don't know what I just did right here. Sorry about that.
It's been a base.
Perfect. So now, sorry, we got all that shit up here. Perfect. So no, I think absolutely. I think Jeff Gustafson's going to be hard to beat, but I think Cox has a great pattern going there, fishing shallow the way he is. Guys, please let me know in the comment section, what is something that you really enjoyed from today? Is there anything else? Andrew, hopefully we got that question answered for you. Really a huge shout out to everybody who came out today to kind of support this. This was a lot of fun. Look out for the Mark Burke. Mark Burke also has a fantastic rod collection that he has. Huge shout out to Catoctin Rods. Hopefully I got that right. Please put a link in the comment section down below, Mark, so everyone can find your rod combos. It's awesome.
Excellent rods.
Really good rods. Chris, did you want to grab some spinnerbaits? And since you're here, let's go talk about them.
Sure.
Be right back with yeah, or just grab a couple right off the rack. So yeah, he's going to be talking about that real quick here. And then we're going to go through the comments real quick. We're going to talk about some spinnerbaits, and then we're going to be signing off for today. You know, thank you again, guys, so much for watching this. And I hope everyone kind of enjoyed looking at all the different kayaks that we had available. Jeremy Surratt, are you allowed to use an inflatable life vest while competing in kayak tournaments? I believe you are allowed to use inflatable kayaks. The biggest issue is, like, do you want to? Because if you're out in the rain or whatever, that might not be the best thing. Plus, though, honestly, using an inflatable vest is nice because it has more mobility. So that's a very interesting question there. What up from Bassmaster Classic? I already answered that question right there. Feel free to ask questions. Yep, we got that. And perfect. We're all caught up. All righty. Go for it. That's your camera here.
Where you want to start?
Let's start. Go for it.
It's getting to be time for spinnerbait fishing on the river, lakes. You guys think about it. You like to power fish, throw spinnerbaits. Jake's Bait and Tackle has all different colors for all different scenarios that I make. Coming out with a new Fire Tiger style color that could be on an episode in the future. I don't have any in my pocket right now, but we can talk about that too. Got a couple custom new colors. Everything again totally custom. Trying to make it oriented for the river systems around here and the smaller lakes around here where you could use a kayak and get around better, maneuver a little bit better. And for creeks too. I like to throw them in the creeks a lot.
Pick some of these up. Let's see them.
This one here, this is my Finesse series. It come every color I make. This is a bluegill color with silver bleeds, mag willow. It fishes really good in the river, like a lot in the summertime. That front bleed, I don't know how many people know about spinner baits, but that front bleed causes a lot of lift, like especially on a bigger Colorado. It'll keep that up off the bottom of the river a little bit, but it can move you out of the strike zone depending on the situation. So, and the river current.
Keep going. You're doing great.
We got willow blades. This is a new color. Jared and I were talking about colors, and he wanted me to expand a little bit. We call this one a bleeding gill. It's kind of like a dying bait fish with a little bit of imitation, looks like imitation blood on the back. I like to use copper blades, something a little bit different than a premium gold blade or a silver nickel.
Where's your favorite place to fish right now this time of year?
This time of year, a lot of people are out trout fishing. If I could find a smaller lake in Maryland or PA, I've been fishing Blair's Valley a couple times. I fished a couple times this week. And
when was the last time you were at Blair's Valley? I was just up there.
Thursday night was the last time I was up there.
Seriously? Okay.
Yeah.
I was about 2 days. I think it was Monday I went up to Blair's Valley.
I was up there Tuesday night too.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Mom and I were up there trolling for trout.
Catch anything?
Yeah, caught one.
Oh, wow.
It's tough. If you're trying to fish that place from the bank, it's very tough.
Did you see any trout being caught?
2 other ones other than the one I caught. It's pretty tough.
Is it because they haven't stocked it in a while? Because like I see people up there all the time, but just not a lot of catching going on.
It's fished so hard. I think it'd be nice if maybe, I mean, this is just my personal opinion, but if we were to maybe get with the DNR or something and get a lot of bluegills and crappie stocked in there and a closed season on keeping and a little bit of different age levels of largemouth being stocked in there, there's cover in that lake.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it has all the potential to be a really nice little lake. But I think right now it just gets fished so hard and everybody keeps everything is a big problem with up there.
Yeah, it is a big problem with everyone keeping everything, but it is such a beautiful lake. It has so much bank access, which is fantastic. Because the one thing I think we would all agree on is we want more places with bank access, and Blair's is a fantastic place for that.
You can go the whole way around it.
Yeah, and apparently you can launch boats there too if you wanted to. I mean, it's not
Mhm.
big enough. It's such a weird place to have a boat ramp too. It's like it's so small, but
Yeah.
it has a nice boat ramp as
It
well.
does have a really nice boat ramp.
I have caught one trout out of there, guys. It was a long time ago, and allegedly there's nice bass in there, but they're really smart, really educated, and I think they also key in completely on trout. That place is such a trout heavy lake. Apparently, there's also bluegill in there, but I've never seen any bluegill.
I mean, I've caught little ones from the bank, but
What's the biggest bass you caught out of there?
I only ever caught one, and it was about 2.5 pounds.
About
But
2.5 pounds?
But it's been a while, probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, and again, guys, Blair's Valley, we'll link that in the episode description. That's up near Whitetail Ski Resort. If you just look at Whitetail Ski Resort, Blair's Valley is right there. It's a beautiful little pond. Again, I think if you just gave it a little bit of loving, it could be even better. I will be coming back with some more fishing adventures at some point this late spring once I get ahead of the whole podcast thing. I'm kind of up to my eyeballs right now in editing, which I'm not complaining. I enjoy it. But I would like to go out and fish a little bit more too. But I think the weather's changing here. We're going to be doing that. And I'm also going to be doing a little bit other things besides bass fishing this year. I would like to catch a big catfish. Never done that before. Would like to try to do shad fishing at some point and actually catch shad. And then fly fishing would be neat, especially if it's like for a smallmouth or a carp. I feel like catching a carp on a fly would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. Do you have any bucket list items, Chris?
Any bucket list
For
items
this year,
for this year?
Yeah, this year. Things you want to get done fishing wise.
Going down to see my wife's grandma. We're going down in May down to Lake Greenwood in South Carolina. I'd really like to latch onto a nice bass down there, right
Okay.
off of her dock.
Awesome.
I would love to, but I don't know. That lake gets pressured too. But it's a big lake. You know, you think about South Carolina, you don't really think about Lake Greenwood. You think of Santee Cooper, Lake Murray, Hartwell. This year, that's kind of my bucket list down there.
Lake
And
Murray's a great lake, though. I will
and
say
to
that.
catch more fish on the fly too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started picking up the fly rod a little bit.
It's just a neat way to actually start fishing it. And again, like when we're on this show, it's not just about bass, it's about all the fishing opportunities in Virginia and Maryland and trout fishing and just fly fishing in general. Fly fishing doesn't mean just trout. You can catch bluegill, snakehead, bass with it. And so if that's something that you guys would like me to cover more, please comment down below and let me know if that's something that you think I should try to do more of. And hopefully I can start doing that more. Chris, do you have any closing thoughts before we get done here?
Not really, other than how cool would it be if we get Thomas to the Bassmaster Classic next year?
Yeah. Chris really wants me to go to the Bassmaster Classic. I don't know if it's as fishing the DMV or just as just a fun thing. I do want to see if, hey, Cole, would you like to do a shout out on the show real quick, just to say thank you for all you did? You want to come on the show?
For me?
Yeah, you, the cameraman, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy behind the camera.
If you want me to come on the show, I'll come on the show.
All right, come on. Chris, thank you so much. Again, Chris, fan favorite. He's on here basically every other week. Please, CT Custom Spinnerbaits here at Jake's Bait and Tackle. You don't have online quite yet, correct?
Not yet. I'm just in the store down here, and I can do custom orders.
Custom orders as well. So, guys, link in the episode description, of course, to CT Custom Spinnerbaits. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for having me, bud.
Cole, come on down. Oh, man, I wonder if Cox is actually going to be able to pull this off. That'd be really cool. So again, guys, here we go. We have this man here saved our bacon today because my wife, aka slave labor, was not here today. Cole, the man, the myth, the legend, thank you so much for all your help today. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
What how did you get associated with Jenny and Jared at Jake's Bait and Tackle?
Well, I was through school. I was going to do a job shadowing program, and I ended up getting Jared over at Shendo Refrigeration, and then through that, I got introduced to Jake's Bait and Tackle, and then they kind of just gave me a job right away, and just been here since.
So how was the what was the job application like to actually get here? Nothing.
Jared just liked me, so I'm kind of just here.
Do you fish?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I like pond.
I'm glad
I don't go like out on a boat much because like I got a kayak, but it's nothing like what we saw today.
Oh, they're pretty.
But like
you might have been an entry. You might have won something. Jared made sure nobody left without something.
I would have gotten the honorable mention for sure.
Yeah, definitely would. What are you running kayak wise?
Oh, I don't even know.
It's just the Walmart special.
Yeah, it's just some piece of plastic that floats. I just get out there.
Well, yeah. Again, dude, is there anything in this area that you want to talk about, fishing wise, or give a shout out? Is there any shout outs that you want to give?
Shout outs. I don't know.
All right. Well, Cole, again, thank you so much. Again, come Jake's Bait and Tackle. Please help this man out. They really cracked the whip here around him, but this is one of the best cameramen in the business. Cole, thank you so much. I really appreciate you helping us out today.
I appreciate the shout out.
Jen, come on over here. All right, we're finishing up here at Jake's Bait and Tackle. Jenny's bringing over some goodies to talk about here as we finish up. Well, you are the goodie. How about that? We'll go with that. So here we are rounding out this insane, crazy thing.
It's amazing.
So, yeah, what are your thoughts? How'd it go?
I think it's been amazing. Like, I just thought it did great. Like, people were excited. I can't get over how much people love to check out their kayaks.
Yeah, and again, Bradley, huge shout out my neighbor. He's the one that does truck shows all the time, and he gave me the inspiration of like, what if you just did a kayak show or a boat show, but it's just custom stuff and it's not brand new. Yeah. And I didn't truly understand how much dudes like to sit and talk about the stuff they bought.
Oh, they love it. They take pride
and I'm a
in
guy,
it.
I thought, but clearly not. That was just conversation. Like people are here just enjoying being here. That was so freaking weird.
It's so great. I mean, like, I think that's the best thing about this place here at Jake's. And that's what Dad and Jared and me, we get into it because you love it, because you want to help people. We're definitely a helping family. And that's where I was looking. I was trying to remember where the camera was. Anyway, yeah. So we're big helpers. Like that's our family. We love to help people. And I think that's what we love. We love being able to bring that community together and give them a place to chat and talk and, and hang out and give them things to talk about.
And then again, this is our first time doing this. If there's enough positive vibe that this is something that we want to continue to do, maybe that's something that'll be considered. I do know there's some good kayak news here with Yak Attack, correct?
Yes, we have all new Yak Attack stuff. And a lot of it I don't have much left, after today, which is really great. And again, I was telling all the guys out there and girls, I said, I don't know anything about this stuff. So we really depend on you and Dad.
Mhm.
None of us really, we don't fish from a kayak. So we need you to tell us what is needed in the store, what to sell, what people like. So if you want something, let me know. I write it down. I mean, everybody that shops here regularly knows I have a special order book and I do my best to try to find it for you and bring it in. And my rule is if it sells, it stays. If not, it moves on. But that's why we try. We like to say, I think 75% of the store is based on customer recommendation. Like our fly tying section has been expanding purely because people say, hey, pick this up for me. Okay, great. And if you want it, somebody else probably wants it. And we go through from there. But talking about being the first year, Jared's already out there going, what about bass boats? What about jet boats?
He's a dreamer. We
He
love
is
him
a
for it.
dreamer. We gotta love him for it. But
The shipping. So guys, this is an issue that I'm seeing right now. Tackle Warehouse, not to knock them, they serve a fantastic niche. It is a lot harder to get same day delivery, quick delivery on stuff, even if you try to do overnight, just because depending on what you buy, they are so backlogged because the supply chains are still messed up. And I was trying to get my boat fixed. New Horizon boat wiring really did me a solid and said, like, I can get you in this week, but it has to be now. And I was screwed. And Jake's came through for me because they were able to get everything I needed for my boat like immediately. And so if you are fishing a tournament, if you need a trolling motor, a battery charger, something like that, that's like, oh, I'm in the middle of tournament season, I need this now. What can they do to get it from you guys?
all right, so I have a great vendor. They have a warehouse down in Norfolk, Virginia. They have several other warehouses. They're a really big distribution company, and I am now set up to sell Minn Kota, Motor Guide, Humminbird, Garmin, Lowrance. I've set up with all those guys, all those vendors. I can special order. So if it's something you need, come on in. We can do a deposit for it. I'll special order it. If it's in that Norfolk warehouse and it's in stock, which I can look their stock status today, like I have see a lifetime, I can usually have it next day.
Wow.
Minus Friday, right? I mean, obviously that'll be Monday.
Mhm.
So as long as I get it sold in there in the morning, like I think even yours, I ordered it in the afternoon.
Yep,
and
it
it
came in
still rolled in
immediately.
the next day. Even the Garmin, and I was like
was
wondering.
quick.
I was wondering if that was going to show up just because I was late getting my application in. So we have a great rep there that we work with that has all that stuff. And it's same price that you're going to get if you're going to go online. Because Minn Kota, all them, they say this is your price. So that which they most of them will, and so I'll sell it for what the price that they're offering it everywhere else. So we'll try to get it in here as quick as possible.
So that's very important for the tournament anglers. I know Chris Arvin, you saved his bacon last year when his trolling motor died.
Yeah, I got
if
him
you're in
on.
a pinch, if Tackle Warehouse won't get it in time, if all these other places won't get it in time, Jake's will. So always keep that in the back of your mind when something bad happens to your boat or your kayak and you need to be able to get that thing to be able to make your boat work in a pinch. Try Jake's Bait and Tackle. Please message them on Facebook or call them. Don't bombard my comment section with what they have, because that's just a middleman. I don't know. She is the queen. She knows what they have. Get in contact with Jake's. It'll probably be Janae that answers anyway. So do that.
And not only that, like I have a book. It's probably my book from that vendor is about this thick. And not only do they have these things, they have Quicksilver parts. They have, all the parts. It's a marine company is what it is. So they have all these parts and we can look through the book and we have the benefit of having Jerry's brain. I know he sits there and
huge shout out to Jerry's brain.
I think a lot of people are like, what does Jerry do all day? But he's very intelligent when it comes to fixing things. So a lot of guys will come in and go, I have this problem. And he's like, I see his mind start ticking. He loves to fix things. So sometimes we can look it up and try to figure out how to troubleshoot it for you too, if you're doing a DIY project.
Fantastic. And then guys, popular demand. I know I've had people at the Dale City show and the Berkeley Spring show asked about this. We are going to start probably either in April or May. We'll do one live stream either from Jake's or we'll zoom them in with what's hot at Jake's. We'll either do it at the first of the month or the back end of the month to say what's new in here. They want it every week, but that's just going to be
crazy.
Way too much. Yeah, let's just try once a month now, and we'll do what's hot. So let me know down below if you guys want us to do it at the beginning or the end of the month. That's coming, so just be prepared for that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate everything. Is there anything else that we need to talk about or
well
push?
And sometimes Jared is probably the least tech savvy person you'll meet. Well, he's one of them anyway. So I don't know if you know this, but Thomas's wife is a creative genius in my opinion. She actually is the one in charge of all my YouTube.
She helps with the shorts.
She helps me with my shorts. She helps me with my Instagram stories, the TikTok channel, stuff that you see on Facebook. So if you don't know what a story is, check it out on Instagram. It really is normally these little dots that come up at the top of your Instagram, and that's where we post a lot of the stuff because it's like quick, easy.
I call it popcorn or snack size morsels.
Yeah, something like that. So like when you're on your feed, you'll see these here, right? I don't know. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. And then these are your stories. So right there, that's a story. Jake's Bait and Tackle. It's like little quick snippets of what's going on. Normally, that's where we push our new stuff. I do have a highlight reel that I've been trying to save them on right here, like the fish lab thing. It's pretty sweet. There's your little highlight reel. I've been trying to save them there for people that are like Jared and miss them because he doesn't pay attention to them. But I know. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's amazing video. See that? She does the work. I appreciate her and Thomas so much helping me with that.
So I'm gonna let her go because she's a busy woman. But again, like and subscribe to the channel, guys. We really appreciate it. We'll see you next time on Fishing the DMV. Bye.
You're listening to Fishing the DMV with your hosts Thomas Ahrens and Jared Mounts. Fishing the DMV is brought to you by Jake's Bait and Tackle, located in Winchester, Virginia.
If that doesn't get you jacked up, I don't know what will.